We are live. Can everybody hear me? So, something's different today. Who can tell me what it is? First person to guess gets nothing. All right, we ready? I feel like I'm ready to box. Hey guys, Uvaro, Ray, Korthal, Vixen, Shy, and Stampy the first. I'm coming in well. Good. So sound sounds good. I made a couple of changes, and really, you're just not going live? Yes. My sister's in town, and she is staying the night. Nope, not a haircut. Ray got it. Oh my god, look at all those birds. Was that always there? Nope. I don't have my glasses right now. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I left my glasses in the guest bathroom, and until the guest bathroom is no longer being used, I don't have my glasses. I don't remember all those freaking birds. Is that like a thing? Yeah, it was the glasses, yeah. Thank you, Stampy from YouTube. Amira Monk. All right. So I'm trying so I've changed my microphone a little bit more last night. Yeah, I don't remember those birds. I changed my microphone. A couple little things from last night. Well, actually, about halfway through the stream, through the suggestion of a viewer, I made a couple little tiny changes. And then I am trying to adjust the distance between myself and the microphone. And I am gonna try to go with this. It's definitely gonna help with the plosives. And again, I'm here rather than here. This is where I was most of the time. So I'm gonna try to be more at this distance. It's also a little bit more comfortable for me because it's a little less in my face. So it's kind of a win-win. Guys, the birds are back. What is up with the birds? I truly don't remember that. Is that in 1.1? I don't, but I don't know. Okay, so big day. I'll have my glasses soon, and we'll be able to see what's going on. Big day, and then hopefully the balance and the levels are all good. Music, everything. You actually had to turn up your sound when I started talking. So do you think I'm more quiet? I actually have my microphone all the way. I mean, I could do a little bit more for you guys. So you think I'm too quiet? Or do you think it's good and just yours was turned down? I think we'll go with this unless too many people start saying that I'm too loud. All right, let's start thinking about the actual game here. So really, I see today. Okay, student says no, we're good. It's perfect. All right. So really, I see today two big goals, and I put them in the title of the live stream. And that might be a little bit ambitious. Okay, I'm making a couple of adjustments here. Adjustments you guys can't hear, kind of my own mix. Still trying to find what I really like, you know what I mean? But I see two big jobs today. First, and by the way, I'm okay with doing one or the other first. In fact, actually, now that I say that out loud, I'm pretty sure I want to do the thing that I put second in the title of the live stream. I think I want to do that first, because it's a little bit more of a manageable task. 1 or 2 hours versus like an untold number of time. But I think what we're going to do first is we're going to update the Dimensional Depot. All right, so the whole idea of the Dimensional Depot booster is that it is useful for me in constructing large factories. Well, we only really have, you know, depending on how you count it, either 2 mega factories or 1 mega factory and 4 regular factories left to build. That's it. That's all we have left. And so if I'm going to make adjustments ever to the Dimensional Depot booster, then I think that I should probably make those adjustments now. Plus, I just put out a video on the Dimensional Depot, and, you know, kind of me putting that video out on where it was got me to thinking about some things I could do to change it. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do that first, is update the Dimensional Depot. I'm hoping only a couple of hours. I can tell you this, we're ready for moving day. That's the other thing we're going to do today. So moving day is upon us. And what I consider moving day is really we're changing the position of the hub, and we will no longer have our hub in the grassy fields. We're going to build something here. Basically a personal apartment, a little complex, basically. I'm thinking I do like a garage, like an underground garage, and then we'll put the hub on top of it. Maybe a little place for some, I don't know, for some statues that we want to build. One sec. There we go. So I don't know. Maybe an entrance onto the freeway here. And then we have a lot of work to do outside of the city today. And it's kind of I want to be, you know, look at all those trucks. Oh man, they look so cool. I want to decommission all of our old factories, kind of say goodbye, you know, and we're not going to really use anything else anymore, with the one caveat that I do want to keep this power factory here. This is the power factory that has fed us power up until we finished our city power factory. And I do want to shut it off, you know, completely, you know, rely on everything that's coming from the city. But I don't want to like delete it or anything, because if we run into any kind of emergency and I need to bring on some quick power, then, you know, with a, you know, also, I think we can maybe set it up, see what we've done with priority power switches, and maybe we can get it in a position where with the flip of a switch, we can get power going. It probably won't be perfectly efficient power, but, you know, in an emergency, I think that would be nice to have. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And then we just kind of we make sure we scoop up. The big thing is I want to scoop up all the power shards, all the summer sloops, and all of the Mercer spheres. There doesn't need to be anywhere where those exist except for, you know, the mines that are powering our city. Obviously, those need to have their power shards. But other than that, I don't really think that we need anything else anywhere else. Okay? Except for maybe, you know, honestly, we can basically shut down any power shards in the plastic and rubber over there. We'll never need that, and we'll just burn whatever polymer resin that we're making. So I think that's all good. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my thoughts today. You know, moving day, shut everything down, set up our hub, and but first I think, oh, here we go. Victory. Aha. I can see now. But I think that we set up the changes that I want to make to the dimensional depot first. I do think that those will be more simple. Now, before actually we tackle that, if you were not here last time, I believe that we have 100% or very, very nearly. There's always a chance that we find a little thing here or there that has to be adjusted. But for the most part, at nearly 100%, from a factory production perspective, there's lots of little cosmetics that are left to be done. I kind of want to finish I kind of want to, but also don't want to finish the hypertube elevators that I was going to make in this factory there. You know, there's some things that cosmetic wise there's still to do that I honestly I want to get to, but I may not get to anytime soon. Well, I like the idea of having them done. I don't like the idea of me actually doing them. Did I ever find the blown fuse? No. I have a blown fuse. I heard a blown fuse sound yesterday, and I never found it. I'm going to be quite honest with you. So 504. This is, I think, the last thing that I am aware of that isn't absolutely perfect. This really should say something closer to 517. I think 504 is so close that we may call it good. But 517 or maybe even more, I think is really what we should be seeing. And that's because the aluminum factory needs a certain amount of copper sheets, and it's not quite getting them, and that was because we had a little bit of a logistical belt, a little thing up here that wasn't perfect. So I mean, this is the level of fine-tuning that is left on this complex of 5 very large factories. I mean, I'm sure there's some problems that we're unaware of, but if we stop and we think about how well all these pieces are working together, you know, we have 5 main factories: power, computers, aluminum, heavy modulars, and basics, all working together with a set of trucks, all dropping off at this building here, all stopping and picking up picking up fuel from the gas station. These trucks are, you know, we have a couple crashes here and there, right? We have our train system delivering materials up to the city. I mean, when I stop and think about, you know, everything has been put together kind of one step at a time. And so, you know, a lot of times I get comments like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. And I almost like, I am like, well, you know, it's really not that big of a deal. But then I am kind of realizing that essentially, guys, this is all working at 100%. As far as I can measure, everything is working at 100%. We have 5 factories banging away. One, I mean, let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it looks like everything is working at 100% efficiency, and all of the factories are using trucks to communicate and link back and forth. To be honest, I think it's pretty impressive. Like, I try not to break my own arm patting myself on the back too often, but I mean, I think everything's really working. Now, again, we may find some little things that need tweaking here and there from a factory perspective, but like, I think it's kind of all working. It's weird. It's turned like that. Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, 482. So let's go up and take a look at this. I don't exactly know why we're not quite getting the copper sheets. And like I said, this copper sheets issue is, I think, the last one that I know of. Other than that, everything seems to be in a really, really good place. You know, and I could honestly fix this by, well, I guess we could overflow it to that, right? Why don't I just overflow to that? I mean, these are all green. These are copper sheets. There they go. Everybody's green. No problems there. Do we have a green floor here? Everybody, ooh, a couple yellows. Okay, what do we got? Just not the copper ingots that we need. Are these the ones on, are these on the end? Are these on the end of the manifold? They are. So perhaps we're manifolding. What do we see? 100. We're manifolding. So this is at 100. This is not high enough. So yeah, I bet you we're just slowly manifolding. 147 and a half. $200. So that's 347 and a half. No signs here. Let's take a look at our source for copper ingots. Where are you guys having trouble? So what I did is I put this in, a priority merger and a smart splitter to try to, you know, make sure that we're all greens here. What's this? Are we running out of ore? I mean, that actually could explain it. Maybe we just need... Let's head down. Maybe we just need another train. Or maybe everything got messed up with the great train fiasco of the last couple of days. So can I talk to you and upload a news source? Yeah, no, I saw that. I'm paying attention. I am paying attention. Yeah, I'll upload a new save file after today. Yeah, definitely. Caterium. Wait, there's plenty of iron. There's plenty of iron here. I'm actually worried about the caterium that's about to run out. You know, we've learned more about handling train orders since we set these. What if I set these to, I bet you I know exactly what's going on here. So here's what I want to do. Because we broke the train system, we bunched everything up, and some of our trains have settings that will automatically spread them back out again over time, and some of them don't. Our newer trains have those settings, our older trains do not. And so I think that that's what I want to change right here, is to make sure that these spread out. We're going to do shard drop off, and we're going to do wait till the wagon is fully unloaded or loaded, or 90 seconds. Now this should fully unload and immediately take off. And then I bet you his buddy is right behind him. Yep. So we're fully unloaded, except for this apparently. He thinks we're fully unloaded. Where's Minnie? So we have a lot of stuff going on in the house. We had as I said, my sister and her husband are staying. They're actually in the guest room that's right beneath me. We started a brisket, which, by the way, let me boot up the while we wait for this train and change its settings. Let me bring up the app. I don't know if it's useful to show you guys this. That's my app, my temps that I'm tracking on my my smoker. So we have a brisket that's on. I'm gonna go rotate it in probably about 4 or 5 hours. Here we go. Here's our train. And so there's a lot going on. I don't know if Minikin is gonna stop by. Here, let me shard drop off or 90. Here we go. Oh, Ray gifted 5 construction memberships. Ian, Shifty Eyes Shade. Ian, nice catch. Mike from Indy, Timbo, and Luke Mackay. We're all gifted memberships. Yeah. Oh, Luke is here. He is actively. That's always fun to get. Hey, this didn't do what I wanted. Was it just because I saved it after? Oh my God, look at this one. Back to back. Yeah, these are jammed together. Here, let's do this. Ah, shit. Turn off. Okay, edit. I'm wondering if because it was already docked when I changed the settings, that the settings didn't stay. Shard drop off or 90. Save, turn on. Because there's no way in hell, these are full. And instead of taking off and running back to the pyramid with full trains, I want them to stay here for 90 seconds and then unload whatever they can. Right? And then over time, they're going to spread themselves out. Oh my God, another one? This is totally effed. This is really the issue here. See, now he'll wait for the full 90, and then he'll wait for the full 90, and now a total of 3 minutes has been waited for this guy from where he would have dropped before. Okay, and then if there is room, well, fine. If not, then they move on. So I think this will really help. I do want to wait until the last train gets here, and then the same shit is happening here. Look at this. And again, this is because when I first started putting all this together, I didn't really understand the best way to set the train settings. So we're gonna just basically UT drop off. We're gonna go fully loaded, and I mean, or 90 seconds. Save, exit. So these trains are just so jammed together that the buffers that are built into our system here can't quite handle how close they are. And so these train settings that we're putting in right now are going to help that. And just make sure that things are getting what they need. Are we debugging instead of moving? We are kind of finishing up a few debugging items, but we are going to move. But I think the first thing that we're going to do is actually work on the... I don't intend for these changes that I'm making right now to take us the entire stream, if that's what you're asking. Drop off, freight wagon fully, and 90 seconds. Save. Honestly, what we're doing actually is we're updating the train settings that we learned in the new set of trains in our playing as we learned new things. We're updating them to be applied to the old trains that we put in first. That's really what this is. This isn't even really debugging. Okay, this one's good. And this will just ensure that we get more even dropping off of materials. Yeah, it was because it was already docked. Yeah, that makes sense, and I'm fine with that. It was a shard factory knocking. The only knocking that I'm aware of is when liquids don't flow to the end of a very long, of a super long liquid manifold. I know that term. I know knocking used for that term, but we don't really have any liquids in the shard factory, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. You're right, Jeebers. I won't forget that. That is in the back of my mind, because I was wondering, why don't we have the iron ore that we need? And I came down here to check, and there was plenty of iron ore in the bin. So there is perhaps something wrong with our iron ore flow. So I will check that too as soon as I am confident that these sets of trains have all been updated with our new orders. Yep, he's our first one back. So we've done a full rotation on these guys. These guys are good. I just want to change one more train for the steel, and then we're good to go. Carson Standage, hey, does anyone know why I have turbo fuel made in my refineries, but I won't leave my refinery and my pipes say no flow? I have tried a lot of different things, but it won't fix it. Why they won't leave your refineries? Well, so you should have a little bit of head lift out of your refineries. Do they have to go up a certain amount? Have you put pumps in? You know, I don't know if that's, you know, make sure that you got the pumps in and that you're managing your head lift after you make the turbo fuel. I try to keep my produced liquid very low, so it requires very little head lift after I've made it. That could be something if you've had that happen. Yeah, Carson, is the pipe full? Right? Like when you click on the pipe, is it full or is the pipe empty? Is it not leaving your refinery and getting into the pipe? Or is it just getting in there and then not going anywhere after that? This is the last one here, and we're gonna stop changing train settings, and we're gonna see if we can track why that line isn't getting quite the iron that it should be getting. By the way, just so that you know, Carson, oftentimes, not often, but occasionally, a pipe is just straight up broken. So it could be that you just need to delete a pipe and reconnect it. If you're finding a pipe just not working and you don't understand, sometimes you just got to delete the damn thing. I can tell you what, guys, I love this new mic distance to my face. I feel less claustrophobic. It's really nice. And apparently the sound is pretty good too. Okay, so iron. So this iron flow is a little jumpy. See, it just paused. Oh, and I got stolen. So let's see if something happened here. Blue Varo gifted 5 construction memberships. Javon Holmes, Wildcard, Nasui, Sage Knight, and Molon. We're all gifted memberships by Blue Varo. Thank you, guys. And I want to thank the earlier ones, too. I was a little bit busy, but I did see and recognize that Ray gifted, and was it Okie Sooner that also gifted? It was Ray, and oh no, Okie Sooner gave the $2 for the super chat. Thank you for that. Thank you, guys. Thank all 3 of you. I appreciate it. All right, so why is our iron ore not getting to, who was it? It's you, sir. What is your problem? Why are you, this doesn't, you got clogged. You got clogged with something. I wonder how long that dude's been clogged. This guy may have been clogged for the past 400 hours and not working. I bet you that's all I needed. I bet you that's all. I bet you that was the problem right there. Oh my God, are you guys mini golfing? Mini fishing. Those belts look so cool. Oh, the belts down at the bottom. By the way, I'm sure that was the problem, you guys. So I want to come up here to this manifolding line and kind of watch it manifold. Yeah, mini golfing is pretty funny. So it's at 6, 5, 6, 7. This might be happening because you add spaghetti. I didn't add spaghetti. Mom's spaghetti. There's vomit on his sweater already. Is Minnie on? All right. No, I don't know if she is. Let me see if she's still active on Discord. I like how you guys come to my stream and be like, hey, where's Minikid? She's more interesting than you. Which, honestly, there's no way she's in bed. It's only 10 o'clock. Honestly, my sister's here at my house. I see her once every couple of years. We had a very good conversation going, talking about, you know, everything that's going on in the family. I just decided I would rather talk to her than you guys. And so that's why I was about 20 minutes late. Plus, we put the brisket on. There's so many things. You know, this is fixed. This is fixed. We are looking good. I'm really happy with this. Minnie is sleeping. It's a school night. It's the middle of the summer. There's no school nights. Besides, tomorrow's Sunday. You're wrong in so many ways. All right, let's check our output down here. They had a travel day, and so they were ready to go to bed. So 479. So I'd like to come back here in a couple hours, and I would like to see 517. That's really the goal. So 9:30 was bedtime when I was younger. Even when you were like 15, I go back to 7. There was another yellow light. Yeah, my brother-in-law doesn't really have a lot of opportunities for Texas barbecue up in Seattle. And so they're really looking forward to my the smoked brisket for tomorrow. So hopefully it turns out well. So I see these two. We knew about these two. You talking about this one? Is this the same issue? Is it just... Yeah, so I think this is the same issue. It's just a split of a manifold. Right? I think there's multiple manifolding ends happening here. Where's the split? go there. Yeah, okay, so it comes through here, and then the manifolding line splits here and here, and so there's two pigtails kind of on the end of the same manifold line, and so it's the same thing, it's just the other end of the split. Sorry, I ended up getting in a conversation, but yeah, they have to go up about 12 meters. I had pumps of the vertical pipe and it wasn't helping, so I went down to 1. You definitely only need 1. Don't multi-pump. I know that it is tempting, but don't put more than 1 pump. It could only add complication. Why don't you, also when I flush the system, everything works perfectly fine, and I've tried deleting and replacing all the pipes on it already, not the junctions. Why don't you post some pictures of what you're seeing? You can put it in the Satisfactory Talk section of my Discord. There's plenty of people smarter than me that might be able to help you, and maybe we can figure it out. Fluids are a pain, though, my friend, and together we can overcome the fluid crisis that is Satisfactory. 16 years, yes. When I hit 16, bedtime was eliminated when I proved I could wake up in time for school. I basically have that with Minnie Kin. I don't micromanage her shit if she manages it herself. If I see a report card that has anything other than all A's on it, the micromanaging will start. And she knows that. That's why she gets all A's. If you don't want me making up arbitrary rules, make up your own rules. Otherwise, you got to deal with mine. Where are we headed? Central storage. All right, guys, so here's what we're going to work on next. I want to try to make some updates, some upgrades to my Dimensional Depot. Yeah, no, she is. So she is, next year she's taking her first, so I'm going to walk through this. I'm just going to do it. In her 8th grade year, so my daughter was homeschooled up until 8th grade. Part of that was COVID. We were going to start her a little bit earlier, but she was homeschooled during elementary school. We wanted to start her in middle school, basically, but we couldn't because of COVID. She won in her first year of public school. She won basically student of the year in the entire school. She showed up and with 1 year destroyed everything. There were these awards. Sorry, I'm gonna brag about my daughter for a little bit, and I don't really care. There were these awards that the departments would give out, and so like math department gave one outstanding student award to, there was like one for a girl and one for a boy, right? And then, science, one for a girl, one for a boy, art, etc. Well, she had 2 different departments fighting over which one was going to give the science department and the art department. Both wanted to give her their award for the year. And then the English department was going to do it too, but then they were like, well, she's already getting one, so I'll go somewhere else. But the science and the art fought about it, like the 2 teachers that were in charge of it. They were both upset that they both couldn't do it. And so she won those, and then she won literally student of the year for the entire school. The only person that got that award. The craziest part is that nobody knew that was coming. Us as her parents didn't know, she didn't know, and so everybody got all their awards. We're sitting in the gym, everybody stood up, they got their awards. She got her I think the art one won, and she got art student for that department. And then this dude starts talking, the principal starts talking about the very special award, the student of the year, what it exemplifies, what kind of person wins it, blah 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 blah. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking to myself, I wonder. And my wife had turned off the camera because she had already done the awards. and everybody's sitting there, and this was award for just one person. And then he says my daughter's name, and she's floored. Like, she just can't she can't believe that she's won this award. We didn't record it. We didn't know it was coming. So she's taking the SAT or ACT. No, she's a little young. She's a freshman. So she's 14 for one more week. She'll be 15 next week. So she's a little young for that. But yeah, so there was that. And then in high school, you're not allowed. So it's a 6-class day. There's 6 periods plus a 0 period. Typically, if you're in 0 period, then you don't come to the 6th period. She talked her counselors into letting her have 7. And she was in 4 honors classes. And essentially, guys, she was basically still bored. So, and by the way, we moved for this nicer school. Now, this isn't a school that is like nationally known for academics or anything too crazy, but in our area, it is known for one of the nicest schools for academics. It has a lot of different programs. It's in a relatively nice area, and we moved, and that's where I went to school, by the way. I went to high school where she goes. And so next year, she's taking her first AP class. And if you're not in the United States, it basically just means it's a college class. It's advanced placement. You have to take a test at the end. If you do pass that test, then you get the credit as if you took that class, as if it was a college class. And you get the college credit even though you're in high school. So she's taking AP Bio next year. The plan is AP Bio next year, AP Physics, and AP Chemistry. She's going to start taking AP Englishes and also AP Histories. Basically, this year she did all. It's kind of like your regular classes and then your honors classes, and your honors classes count for a higher GPA. And then your AP classes are above that. They count as a higher GPA, and they count for college classes. So, for college credits. And so basically she took 7, even though she was supposed to only take 6. And yeah, she was basically bored the whole year. So I don't know. I either have somebody that is, really good at talking her way out of work, or somebody that's a lot smarter. I think actually she's probably pretty close to about as smart as I was, but she's way more organized. I was not organized at all, to my detriment. She's got her mother's organizational skills and my ability to assimilate knowledge. And those made for a powerful combo. Okay. Yeah, physics is tough. I found chemistry tough. I loved physics. I took AP Biology as a senior, but I was in advanced math. And I took calculus as a high schooler, and then I took honors chemistry and honors physics, and I loved the physics. The chemistry I actually found very difficult. I didn't like the memorization. You have a robot, I know. Let's see. You guys are talking about fluids. Yeah, fluids make sense until they don't. Yeah, I hear preaching to the choir there. All right, so here's let's think about this a little bit. Let's do a review. Let's do a little review. This is my Dimensional Depot item booster. Okay, and so we're going to review how this works and why we need it. All right, so let's take a look at every item gets its own Dimensional Depot uploader. Okay, down here is our central storage, and as you can see, every single item gets its own dedicated Dimensional Depot. Now, what's the downside to the Dimensional Depot? The downside is that its upload speed, even though I have a Mark V belt here, taking these iron rods into that dimensional depot, if I pull out iron rods out of my dimensional depot, let's take a look here. Let's do these iron rods here. Let's turn on the light. If I pull out iron rods, see how it's stuttering? Well, it's stuttering because it's on a Mark V belt, which runs at 780, but the dimensional depot upload speed is only 240. And so when I'm building a very large factory, or I'm building large blueprints, many of them in a row, using blueprint mode or whatever, well, there may be some items that I am using faster than the dimensional depot can provide them to me. And I feel like it's kind of a waste because we have faster belts and we have a bunch of extra Mercer spheres on the map. And so what I wanted to do is come up with a way to make it so that I could bring to bear extra dimensional depots in a dynamic way. Now, I could take and I could add 2 or 3 permanent dimensional depots to the items that I use more often. And honestly, for the average Satisfactory player, I would suggest you do that, right? So maybe 2 or 3 for concrete, 2 or 3 for wire, maybe probably not even wire, things like maybe motors or computers or iron plate. I've run out of that before. Whatever items that you're having a problem with, there's so many Mercer spheres that I think it makes sense for most people to just double or triple up or even quadruple up on items that they're having a problem with. And so, I think that for the average person, that's probably the best way to go. I am not the average person. I'm kind of a pain in the ass. And so I wanted to see if I could design the system that, was a little bit more versatile than that. And so that's what I attempted to do. And let me show you how that works. So what I have here is I have a machine or a blueprint that handles 5 items. These items are stashed up in this huge line of storage, and this is the concrete, good example here. And it's just, we've got so much concrete. It's just sitting here. It's waiting, wanting to be used. Well, the way I have this set up is that the line is blocked with these empty canisters. All right, so there's an empty canister blocking the flow of this concrete. All right, and that's because you can see the setting here. We have any undefined going forward, but only empty canisters going off to the left. Well, these are full of empty canisters. They're backed up, and they're backed up because this packaged water machine, this packager, is turned off. As soon as we were to turn this on, it would start using up empty canisters, and we would start getting this cleared out, and these would flow forward. Once this flows forward, we'll talk about how I turn that on in a second. Once this flows forward, it goes down here, and this contraption takes the line of 780, but maybe soon to be 1200. Okay, I think we can upgrade this to a Mark VI belt when we get that opportunity. It chops it into 20 pieces. This is a 1 to 20 splitter. All right, and so this then takes the 20 pieces and it merges the other 20 items that I have also split into 20 pieces. All right, so if I turned on all 20 switches for all 20 items, oh my God, I'm caught. If I turned on all 20 switches for all 20 items, then they would all 20 of them be mixed across 20 belts evenly. Okay, now it would probably be a bad idea to turn on all 20. My thinking is 3 or 4 at the most, to be boosted at once. All right, and so let's go ahead and turn on, let's do concrete and plastic. Let's say we were building a huge amount of flooring for, yeah, let's say we were building a big platform and we wanted to use up, look at all this concrete and plastic. All right, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm running out, I'm using it faster than the dimensional depot will refill. It's frustrating, I can't build as fast as I want. And so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna turn on concrete and plastic. Now, because I have a priority power switch controlling this, priority power switches are able to be turned on remotely from anywhere on the map. So if I place this here, I can open, and again, I could be in the Blue Crater, I could be on the Gold Coast, I could be anywhere, the Dune Desert, and I could open this up, and I could be like, hey, give me concrete and plastic. And you can see the concrete is already flowing. Where's the plastic? The plastic is already flowing here. And let's head down here, and we can see that our 780 concrete is flowing. But look, we're starting to back up because it's full. But we're not using it. So let's say we were using it like this, and we were using it up, okay? And you can see that things start to move, except there's something else in there. There's an all-clad aluminum sheet in there. This is the problem. See, there's a leftover all-clad aluminum sheet in here, and so it's blocking these guys' ability. Well, no, that's not that. Who's being blocked? Yeah, there's all clad aluminum sheets in here. You see the downside of this design right now. There we go. We've used up. Now we're on the concrete and the plastic. Okay, so now we're using concrete and plastic. I think all the all clad aluminum sheets are now no longer blocking it. And then let's say we build, and we're like, okay, fine. Well, now what? Let's turn this off. We no longer need this extra boosting. And so we turn off the concrete and the plastic booster. But look what we've got now. Now we have a bunch of concrete and plastic stuck in the system, even though their flow has been shut off. And this is what I want to try to solve today, if we can. See, the flow has been shut off, but they're still stuck in there. All right, so that's what we're looking for. Oh, Minikin is back. We've got Okie Sooner gifted 5 construction memberships. And by the way, Minikin, it has been labeled mini golf, trying to hit Minikin with a gifted membership. William Paul, James Lenning, Juan Mojito, Slothzilla, Saksham Srivastava Mountain. What a name. Was all gifted memberships from Okie Sooner News. Appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Yeah, so that's kind of the problem. And I have some ideas on how to do this. Now, that's what we're doing next. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do moving day. Oh, here we go. Corathal Jones just gifted 10 construction gift memberships. Matthew Tolis, Medusa, Clark Souls the 14th, Tim Cummings, Mr. Lotus, Losis, Shaw Colette, Shaw Colette, I don't know, I'm sorry, Valor, Willie Nelson, and Samet were all gifted memberships. None of those people were named Minikin. Mikey is in. There's so much going on in chat, you guys. Mikey, Minikin, you're gonna have to cut all this out of the video that you're gonna make of me fixing the Dimensional Depot. Mikey is here in Twitch. Mikey, how are you doing, man? Did you go to the hospital and are you okay? Are you gonna live? I need my slimy Mikey. By the way, while I wait for an answer, I've got Han Solo today. I don't know if you can see him. And we have Breckenridge Rum Cask Finish. If I was gonna get any sponsors for my channel, we would definitely be trying for rum. All right, let's see if you guys can hear with the new microphone setup. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's very quiet. Very quiet. And again, I have a habit of bringing that microphone really close. I'm trying to break that habit and keep it more at this distance because I've been told it sounds better when I am out here. Versus like right here, right? One of your best friends took you to the hospital. You will live. That's good. You were super dehydrated, but you will live. All right, but not, you know, you don't have no bad infections or anything. I ask because I lived through that barely. I had a terrible infection. I almost died, so I'm worried about you, Mikey. Oh, it's very good. Shy, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not going to read that. Okay. So, here's my thinking. The obvious solution here is that we put a smart splitter here. Let's go ahead and do one. Okay, we put a smart splitter right there. And we put a dimensional depot right here. And then we do an overflow to the right. And then we do something like this. And then we do something like this merger. And then we relink up all of the mergers and create this like overflowing sushi belt. But it's kind of two problems. Where does this go? And do we always want it to be turned on? Zack Attack is raiding with a party of one. A one-man raid. Welcome, a one-man party. I'm wondering if we make a separate circuit that I can turn on that says drain the overflow, basically. Hey, thank you, first time chatter, Zenith, and thank you for the follow. So I'm wondering if we make a little mini one of these. Or if we did a full-sized one. No. It'd be easier if I used something I already had. You can just build one in one of these little corners here. It's not that big of a deal. Why not overflow it to a sink? Well, that is the second problem. Or do I overflow it and re-put it back in? I think a sink is probably what we're gonna do. But if we do a sink, then I'm gonna be able to want to turn that off. Because what if I've turned on like heavy modular frames and I don't want to sink like a bunch of them, and I want to just put them in my inventory. I want control over whether the sink is turned on or off, which is really easy. We just put a priority power switch on the power that controls the sink. In fact, I could do 4 sinks and link them all together. All right, I think we have our solution. We have 2 solutions put together. Nick, thank you for reminding me of the possibility of a sink. One of the things that I was thinking about doing is filtering out those 20 items and putting them back into my storage system. But in reality, I really don't think that that's necessary. I have so many items that I would kind of just be begging for logistical issues for no real gain. Zach Attack, I've been following the VODs and just finished my stream. Thought I'd watch Raw. Well, welcome, man. You're halfway done with your turbo power plant. Nice. I think you need 4 sinks to separate line to reduce backup. I agree, and 4 sinks makes sense because you know, there are these are already chopped into 4, right? One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think we've got this. I think we already have the solution. This is going to go in very, very fast. Now, is this the perfect endgame solution for this? Perhaps not, but I think this is worthy to be called version 2.0. All right, let's build one. Let's build one side and get one side working. I don't really want to delete these. Wait, no, I can delete these. Yes, yes, use a smart splitter. Yes, I did say I was going to do that. But I just didn't know what I just hadn't decided what I was going to do with the overflow that was smart split away. You gonna work? A little awkward, but we got there. Lena is here as well. Welcome, Lena. And I think the idea is that I turn on the clearer here when these get turned off. By the way, there's still some all clads here, right? So I think, yeah, I think that the idea here is that the sinks only get turned on when the flow gets turned off. Otherwise, I'm just going to end up sinking all my shit that we worked so hard to build. I'm okay with sinking the clogged items. I just don't want them to both run at the same time. All right, we can steal central storage power, no problem. Okay, so this is going to be what? This is going to be booster. Clear clogs. Clog clear. See, that sounds like a marketable product that you would see on daytime television commercials. Like clog clear. You know, maybe for your toilet, your sink, yourself. You know, I'm not sure. But either way, if there's a clog, it'll clear it. Can't reorder these? Kind of can. Okay. So basically the idea is that you would only turn on clog clear, and it's at the bottom again. Okay, well that didn't work. You would only turn it on if everything else was turned off. So we turn this on, and we clear the clog. Okay. Swim commercials were wild back in the day. Well, that always makes me think of Adult Swim commercials, like the frog, the late night frog. What was his name? A toad. It was a toad. Hypnotoad. Am I thinking, am I confusing things? Oh, bumps. They're called bumps. Late night Adult Swim commercials. I didn't know where that was going. I figured it was okay for Adult Swim. It was okay for my channel. Maybe I was wrong. Good times. All right, let's knock these out. There's a crack in my Han Solo glass. At the bottom, I saw it when you were taking a swig. The trolling is out of control. Out of control. Hypnotoad's Futurama. Yeah, okay. They used him as a bump. Yeah. Okay. That's kind of where I was getting confused. Let's keep him open. And I had forgotten the term bump, to be honest with you, until just now. Like I'm like, oh yeah, that's what they call that, but I couldn't remember. And I did see the Futurama Hypnotoad one first. So that all makes sense to me. Okie Sooner News, $2 super chat made you look. Okay, Mikey. Hey, by the way, Mikey. Oh my God. Better be careful, Kin. I know a Toad Paladin. He will totally smite you. So, Mikey. Somebody joined my channel last night and was very talkative. His name was Storm, but instead of an S, it was a 5. that dude started dropping some crazy dad jokes. Like real groaners. And anyway, I said that you and him would probably get along. So he was a little bit more late nighter. And I have a feeling, though, he will be back. So, yeah, you guys can have your terrible dad jokes. All right, these are ready. Where did I put the other one? All right, smack dab. All right, got it. I know, not only can I not get rid of you, you're multiplying. Oh, I wish I had gotten a picture from my wife of the plein air painting that she did this morning. I was gonna show you guys. I know several of you would be interested in that. It's really good. She's gonna do very well. There's a lot of plein air painting contests. She's gonna do very well with them. But she did one today that just really her best one that she's ever done. And if you don't know, plein air means painting on location. So it's kind of like live painting. You're not taking your time and painting in a controlled environment like a studio. You're out on the location of what you're painting, and you're painting it in real time. And so by definition, there's less time to fix mistakes, and it's a less controlled environment, etc. And so a lot of people can paint really well in controlled settings, but it's much more difficult when you are out in the element and you are trying to paint in that more live situation. Okay. Smart splitter. And there's a whole community that does like contests or competitions on plein air painting. Yeah, it's a totally different skill set. She is there's one at the California State Fair in a few weeks, and so she's really been practicing. She also has a booth at the California State Fair. She's going to be talking about her she's basically trying to launch a private art lesson business. And and then she's going to be live painting at the booth during the California State Fair in the art, the fine arts exhibits in the fair. And she's got a booth. She's going to be there like 12 hours, 2 or 3 days. I think it's like 12 hours in 2 days, and then like 6 hours one of the other on a third day, something like that. It's in a couple of weeks. And she's going to be doing pet portraits in the live situation. In the kind of training exhibit, But then at the end of the fair, there is a plein air painting competition. So, which is separate and distinct from the booth that she has. So yeah, I don't know if anybody's going to be going to the California State Fair, but yeah, and she's got a good friend that's going to be manning, you know, the booth next to her, and she's very good, like personally with people, like in person. Why are we not working here? I thought that I sampled you. Apparently I did not. And she's basically going to be trying to get students. You know? Adults, children, whatever. To teach. Think of it like if you have started learning how to paint with Bob Ross and you're ready to move on, right? That's a little bit more than beginner, but definitely not advanced. I think I forgot to connect those other ones to the dimensional T-pose. That's so cool. Wife does nature journaling, and I'm always impressed by her work. Nice. Yeah. Well, I should show you. She's probably already asleep. Minikin, are you awake? Are you still with us, Minikin? Shut up, Mikey. I have a question. How do you paint in fake time? If somebody could do it, it would be you. Minikin, snap a good picture of your mother's painting for the day. If you're still with us. All right, we have to put these in. Thank you for the follow. Let's make sure we do the other one too. I think I missed one of these. I live. Snap a picture, throw it in Discord. I'll show the chat. I'll show the live stream. Tag me in it too, so I know that it's ready on Discord. All right, this change is basically already done. This thing was much more simple than I was expecting. Just putting in a smart splitter into a set of item sinks that can be powered on and off remotely to, you know, turn on the declogger. Oop, we're off a little bit here. Come on. Now, there is something to keep in mind here. There is still going to be a couple of items of each thing that cannot be filtered. Okay? there's just 1 or 2 or 3 items on this belt that connects the smart splitter to the dimensional depot. I don't think there's anything that we can do about that. But really, that's such a little amount that all we should really need to do is pull 1 extra stack of plastic. Or whatever's blocking it, right? Just you pull 1 extra, and then all the little leftovers are enough to, that extra stack is enough to clear it. Totally average gamer, about to pass out. Gonna drop a lurk before I do. Well, I'll be still streaming when you wake up, my friend. Because we're just getting started here tonight. All right, let's give this a try. Oh, let's put these in. Just needed some settings here. See you in 4 hours. Nice. Thank you for the 69 bits. Totally average gamer. All right. You guys ready to try it? So again, from anywhere on the map, we should be able to. What time is it for me? 11 p.m. I am on the west coast of the United States. Clog clear, and these turn on, and we start clearing the clogs. We could also clear the clogs by pulling off a couple extra items. See, look, it's filling, and then as soon as they fill, these should turn back into dumping. But it looks like maybe our clog has been cleared. It looks good. All right, so yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see when we put this new system in practice, but I want to have this in place, this upgrade, this version 2.0, before we start our next really big factories in the next week or so. Yeah, so your East Coast time, nice. All right, so that's it for the update to the Dimensional Depot booster. I'm not 100% sure this item is really, or this blueprint or this system is really necessary for the average player, but it was kind of a fun experiment to use, and I do think if you find yourself consistently running out of room or upload speed across your dimensional depots, something like this could be interesting. But again, it might just be easier to dedicate 2 or 3 extra dimensional depots permanently to the items that you tend to find yourself running out of. To be honest, I think this is a little bit of a solution that's lacking a problem. You know, when I initially envisioned this and built it, you know, in I think October and or November of 2024, you know, 1.0 had not been out as long as it has been now, and I think that's one of the reasons why I kind of have been putting off making any changes to it, just because, you know, it's not really something that I use it less than I thought I would when I initially designed it. So probably not something that's necessary, but at the same time, it's really fun and it's kind of cool, and it uses little pieces, little tricks that I enjoy using. So for that reason, I am perfectly happy and glad that I made it. But it's probably not something that everybody needs, to be honest. So, yeah, there we go. That is one task done for the evening, and it's time to move on to our next step. Okay. We are out of here. You know what I want to do first, though? I want to run over to the shard and see if we have a substantial increase in our copper sheets. I really enjoy driving through my city. It's very satisfying. Guys, I'm drinking while driving. But it's my city, it's my rules, so deal with it. I'm gonna go off-road. There's nothing you can do to stop me. $504. That's about where we were at before, huh? I was hoping for a little bit more than that. I wonder if it really is making what we think, and just the manner by which we're calculating it isn't as accurate. Is it accurate enough to tell me? Let's pop up here and see if we still have yellow lights. I learned something new today. If you plant basil in front of your tomato plants, it keeps a parasite from invading your plants. It also makes it really easy to make tomato sauce for pizza. Everything's in one place. Let's turn that off. Still not getting the copper ingots. I'm a little irritated. See, I'm not sure why he's at 100 and the rest of these are starving Marvin. We fixed that one, and you'd think that that was enough. Are there any yellows here? Hey everybody, close your eyes or look out the window. Don't look. It'll be fine. What? I don't know what you're talking about. See, nothing happened. That's probably unnecessary, but I don't care. What's this? Caterium ingots. So weird how that's at like 100. Yeah. Jonas, first time here. Your world looks crazy. Thank you. Well, hopefully crazy in a good way. I wonder if we're running out of caterium ore. I don't really want to be debugging. I want to be moving. We're doing moving day today. We did debugging yesterday, and it's so close. You know, you can fix a broken pizza with tomato paste. The more you know, it's kind of like fixing a broken pumpkin with a pumpkin patch. My red flag is thinking I can log into a game and build like this. It takes practice. It takes practice, guys. Don't... it doesn't take much more than that. I am... there was no caterium in this. We have a supply problem with caterium in this, and I want to go fix it right now. I'm tired of it. Let's go check out the Tyrell Corporation building. Let's go do this thing. Before we do that though, we do have Minikin. I was talking earlier about my wife's plein air painting that she's been getting, that she's been practicing, and I thought that the one that she did today was very good. Where did you send me that? Oh, I see it. This says a plein air painting, which again means it was done on location, live. Now there was a blue heron that she saw. She took a picture of it with her phone, and then she painted where it was standing, and then used the picture because obviously the bird flew away, but she snapped a picture of her phone and then was able to use that as a reference along with where the bird was standing. The picture on her phone looks basically exactly like this. And so she sat, I don't know how long it took her. This is a lake. It's actually kind of a waterway surrounding the lake near where we live. This is within, 20 minutes of where I live. So I think it's ridiculous that this can be done. I think she did this for 2 or 3 hours on site. So pretty cool. So there you go. I was talking about it. I asked Minikin to snap a picture so I could show it to you guys. I know all about practice. By the way, Mikey, thank you for the bits. I know all about practice. I've been practicing dad jokes for years. I've gotten so good at them that I told a meta dad joke. It groaned at itself. You're both really talented in art. I am not talented in art. I am not. I think that there is something to be said for an analytical side of creativity. I think I do have that. But let's be real here. I did not create the design of the shard. All I did was copy it. It was already created. I adapted it. I adapted it to Satisfactory. That is true, but I did not create it. He's cutting us off. I did not create necessarily. Honestly, I just kind of use a bunch of other people's tricks to kind of do the things that I want to do. I think I adapt well. But I don't know. I don't necessarily know, and I'm not trying to be false modesty or so something stupid here. I really don't feel like from a creative like part, I think I'm missing something for the true creative. You know, I think I adapt well. Like, I think I would be a much better story editor than I would be a story writer. You know, assisting somebody else's creativity, I think I could be very good at that. You know, but just raw kind of creating things myself, I don't know if I necessarily have the chops for that. Gotta yell at those drivers going down lane. I know who designed their their pathing. It's terrible. It's like a drunk driving drunk. All right, baby. If you haven't seen this, enjoy. This is the Tyrell Corporation pyramid from Blade Runner, and I use it in game as a giant raw resource hub. And I think it is a source of a caterium shortage that we are feeling in the shard. And I've got a very good idea of what I did wrong, and I think it's going to be relatively easy to fix. The hole in the wall reminds me of a specific song from Steel Panther. Yes, I know. I know that you know that I know what I'm talking about. We're not going to talk about that song. I got to update my chat. It bugged. We are at 150 viewers right now on YouTube, by the way. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Yeah, in a good way. If I compare that to mine, when you're talking about my world being crazy, then it's just a little storage system for you. We all start somewhere, you know, and maybe building crazy things in Satisfactory isn't very high up in your to-do list like it may be for mine, but that doesn't mean you're bad at the game. It just means you haven't had either time or desire to put the time in that I have. That's okay. Dang, that's gorgeous. Thank you, thank you. What you build in game is, yeah. You planned out where everything should go. That's a form of composition. You pick the colors, a form of technical part for art. Yeah, well, yeah, but true. But yeah, I picked the colors. But really, what I did is I looked at a bunch of pictures until I saw something that I liked. This is what I'm talking about. This is a perfect example. I didn't plan this. I said, I like how this looks. I want to make my city look like this. You know, or, you know, another person had asked, you know, YouTube, synthwave, thumbnails, right? Another person asked, you know, what inspiration did you take? You know, things like this. I mean, I didn't make these. Somebody else did. Look at this. This looks like my freaking city. Like, look at this. This is the first time I've seen this. I'm just saying, I am not a creator of this aesthetic. Not by any means. All I'm trying to do is put my spin on it. Kind of recreate it. Right? Now, this is a little purple for me. I do like the teal. But I mean, basically, that's my city. Look at this one. This is White Bat Audio, by the way. I just really enjoy this aesthetic, and it's why I wanted to make it in Satisfactory. Like I said, I wouldn't necessarily say that this is creative for me. I'm adapting. I do think I will say I do think that I adapt well. You know, I would pick a job. I would pick a skills, not a skill set, but a process to work on that is more adaptive than creative. And I say that because I have a lot of respect for the people that do create from nothing. Rocket fuel generator. Hello, friend. Hello. Hello. I do apologize. My meds are making me, well, more immature than usual. That's okay. No need to apologize. Doesn't matter how many times I see it, it's still incredible. The Tyrell Corporation building. I will, again, another thing that I adapted. Now, I'm proud of how I adapted it into Satisfactory. You know, of course. But you know, and we can see that when, you know, that's one of the reasons that I chose to build in, you know, real world buildings, because I really feel like I would have had a hard time making things that looked, you know, interesting. Having said that, our next major project is going to be, I will have more of my own input on it than anything I've done up to this point. Although I will say the power plant, how I designed the power plant, especially like the roof, that is something that I didn't really adapt from anywhere. I kind of created that, but again, I got a lot of help from viewers on that. So, sorry, allergies are bad. Anyway, I don't want to split hairs on it. I just wanted to tell you guys what, you know, my outlook on it, and I appreciate the compliments, but I'm just, you know, making the point that I have a lot of respect for people that do that sort of more raw creation, because I found it so difficult. Can the Satisfactory producer? A little bit. I think the word Ken is looking for is producer. Producers arrange assets, artists in the studio. Yeah, I feel like I, you know, would be able to do that. All right, let's finish off this bit of whiskey here. This may be the last of it for me for the night. What's your opinion on rocket fuel? Well, rocket fuel is powering my world, so my opinion is I like it. Ken, you are too humble and modest. All I have to say is just because you don't make the lumber, the nails, or the tools to build the house doesn't mean you didn't make the house. I think that's a perfect example, Mikey, and I'm not saying that I need to have made the lumber or nails or the tools to make the house to get credit for it. But I am saying that just because I built a house doesn't mean that I deserve credit for being creative. All I deserve credit for is being able to turn plans that exist into real life. Or in this case, the game. I'll go ahead and let that go, Rocket Fuel. Rocket Fuel got auto-moderated. You should put Rocket Fuel in your coffee. It gives you energy. I know. All right, let's take a look at why we think that we're not getting enough caterium. Train hub. 780, 600. So you're really only getting 600 each? How many do you need? I mean, how much do you need total? It's short. I need 1,500 caterium ore. It looks like I'm only sending What? That's a real pain. East Titan Forest. Should be getting a 780 and 2 6s. I'm just going to make this easy. Apparently, we have 780 caterium sitting, coming in from the East Dune Desert. That's this train over here. Why don't we just take it? We take the extra 780, split it in two, shove it into the shard. There's plenty of other caterium on the map. Let's just grab what we're already bringing in and dump it in. Right here. Are we already doing that? My favorite thing about rocket fuel is not needing pumps because of high pressure gas. I agree. This is going to John Hancock. I just never updated it. There is some issues. I know we want to do moving day, and I'm sorry. I keep getting bogged down in getting fixes in. 8, 9 caterium. What are we talking about here? These are all going to Hancock. I just forgot to update them. Okay, so here's the fix. There's an extra caterium mine that for some reason we're not taking advantage of over by where we're sending in the other stuff. So we're gonna head over there right now. Quantum encoders go very, very well with that aesthetic. Yes, I'm looking forward to getting some of that tier 5 stuff up and running. Construction, the Rick Rubin from Satisfactory, Max Martin, take your pick. I don't know who either of those people are. How do you get so many inventory slots and what mods do you use? The inventory is a mod. I have 2 mods total. One controls the sky. That's why we've had this purpley pink sky, although now we entered some fog. The whole time and the sky is not moving. It's because I've moved it to that and I've paused it. So just extra inventory and the sky. Yeah, we need more caterium in this box. So where's the other caterium? There were 3 here. This brohan. What is your altitude? 6 meters? It's a Mark II miner, you guys. That's our problem. All right, when we get faster belts, we can bring in more, but not today. All right, this is gonna be enough, because what we need here is 1485. If we divide 1485 by 2, that is less than 780. So fixed. Another happy customer. Okay, again, we're making these little tiny fixes, little things that are out of place. We are putting them in place, and we are increasing our perfection of the cyberpunk city. All right, guys, guess what time it is? Guess what day it is? It's moving day. Yes, I have also seen Let's Game It Out, pretty much along with everybody else who watches my channel. Rick Rude's a music producer, good one. Considered by somebody one of the best. Men with no plan, currently making a factory in a cheat world. It's taking a while just for heavy modular frames. The factory's starting to look like an Amazon warehouse. Yeah, well, the heavy modular frames are a beast. I have my heavy modular frames factory makes 22.5 per minute. I have 8 manufacturers making one of the alternate recipes. Okay, it is time to decommission old factories. Now, we are not going to delete things. We're not going to delete entire factories. We will shut off their power. And we will move their priority power switches to a defunct section of the priority power switch. Yes, I know. Well, I would say that the abilities of the programmers to use his world as a model and then actually make those changes along with the update. I mean, that was all done in update or in Unreal Engine 4. When Unreal Engine 5 came out and they went to update 8, a lot changed. And the game got shockingly better with update 8, and then even better with 1.0 because of them moving to Unreal Engine 5 and then 5.2. And then I can't remember, did they go to 5.3 or not? New Unreal Engine 5? I don't think so. We're in Unreal Engine 5, so all right, first thing we're gonna do for each factory is we're gonna pull all dimensional depots, summer sloops, and any power shards. Honestly, I think Unreal Engine 5 is so good that developers have gotten lazy in their operation or optimization of Unreal Engine 5. Because there are absolutely stunning Unreal Engine 5 games, and there are also very bad ones. Like anything in life, Unreal Engine 5 is just a tool, a mere tool, and it really depends more on how you use a tool, especially I think in Unreal Engine 5's case. Satisfactory is a perfect example. 5 is usually so much worse, though. I disagree. It's all about the application of it. Again, Satisfactory is a key example. Here we go. We want these guys. The game is substantially better under Unreal 5 than it was under Unreal 4. Not even close. Not even close. I have the saves to confirm it. I have saves that I built so big and so unwieldy, especially with signs, that it shut down and I could not open those saves in update 7. And then when they switched to Lumen, I mean, look at Lumen. We have Lumen. Look at this. This is 5, right? Let me make sure. Am I wrong? I could be wrong. What version of Unreal Engine is Lumen available? Lumen is Unreal Engine 5's fully dynamic global illumination. Let's just make sure. Is Lumen available in Unreal Engine 4? Existing projects converting from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5 will not automatically enable Lumen features. It's an Unreal Engine 5 only thing. Yeah, you're using an example just because a game did it poorly is not a reflection of the engine, it's a reflection of the developers that did it. You're making my point. The move to 5 was what brought Lumen. Agreed. How long have I been playing in total? 2,500 hours. 2,500 hours. Yeah, strip out the summer sloops. Yeah, we're decommissioning these factories. And we're having a chat. Yeah, I just because 5 seems worse doesn't mean it is worse. And I think we're playing a game right now that is the exact example of the counterpoint to your argument. Unreal Engine 5 has made Satisfactory freaking amazing. Look at this lighting. Look at what we're capable of doing in Unreal Engine 5 that doesn't exist in Unreal Engine 4. And by the way, it's not only looks better, it is significantly improvement in optimizations. And my point is that all of this happened after the save file that you're referring to with Let's Game It Out. He did help their optimization in update, I think 6 and 7. But by the time that they were moving in update, I knew there was some more in here. I knew there was some more. By the time they were moving in update 8, which was Unreal Engine 5, I do not believe that they continued using his save, but I could be wrong. So in my opinion, it is much more the credit going to Unreal Engine 5, but more specifically the Satisfactory and Coffee Stain Studios, the development team, that deserve all the credit for using Unreal Engine 5 to its max. Here's one, to its maximum potential. When so many other developers have dropped the ball. Well, the vast majority of devs are lazy frackers. Then all I can tell you is look at what we're looking at. I haven't played all those other games, right? You could give me a bunch of examples of games where Unreal Engine 5 isn't better. I can tell you this, it's better for Satisfactory. And what's the difference? It's not the engine, it's the developers. There are amazing Unreal Engine 5 games too. Absolutely amazing Unreal Engine 5 games, right? I mean, come on. What are some other amazing Unreal Engine 5 games? My dislike for Unreal Engine 5 is not so much the engine, so much as it is the completely destroyed the proprietary engine market. In my opinion, that's an overall bad thing for gamers. Tier Harvester, that's a completely different argument. I have no problems with that argument. You know, we can have that argument, but the argument put forward on Twitch was that the fact that it's Unreal Engine 5 makes games laggy and stuttery. Because yeah, I didn't even notice it was 5. Well, you can't have Lumen. We've had it for, in fact, Satisfactory was one of the very first games that came out with application of Unreal Engine 5. Lumen hit in June 2024. I mean, 2023. Lumen came out in June 2023. That was over 2 years ago. One of the very, very first live applications of Unreal 5. Let's look it up. What were the first games that used Unreal Engine 5? Surround Dead. Major games confirmed. I wonder if Satisfactory is going to show up in any of these articles. Yeah, but how about this? When was Unreal Engine 5 released? April 2022. Yeah, so by June 2023, Satisfactory was using it. So maybe not the very first ones, but Lumen was banging away. So in June of 2023. So. Stutters a lot. I mean, maybe you need a better computer. All right, I think this one's basically done. Let's take a look at where our power supply is for this. Do we have a power supply? Now, there's more work to be done on it. I know that like DirectX 12, you know, it's not as locked in. You know, I mean, there's more work to be done on it for sure. Red Forest Aluminum Factory. All right, where is the actual switch though? I want to actually see the switch. Yeah, Ashes of Creation started out with Unreal Engine 4. It's transitioned to Unreal Engine 5. Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered is in Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, that was mentioned on Twitch. Yeah. I mean, I can definitely tell the difference. Honestly, I think it's the next generation of engine. And again, it really comes down to how well developers, are they taking it out of the box? Are they optimizing their games to use the features correctly? Are they making it so that, older generations, I mean, you say you have a 3070, that's a 2-year-old card, a 3-year-old card. It's not terrible, but it's definitely, I mean, when did 3070 release? GeForce 3070, it's a 5-year-old card. It's not terrible, but I mean, 5 years old in GPU terms, I mean, I don't know. Like it all matters, right? And I'm not saying that somebody with a 3070 shouldn't be able to play games with Unreal Engine 5, but I think that difference comes down to optimization, and I think it's short-sighted to just say that, ooh, we're gonna have a problem here. I was lazy and I connected this power. Is this actually power that we use? No. Okay, good. I was lazy because we're going to be turning off this power. I think it's a little bit of an oversimplification to just say Unreal Engine 5 sucks, when I think it's way more complicated than that. The hardware you use, the drivers that you use, are you using updated drivers? What about an updated motherboard BIOS? There's so many moving parts to this. Where the hell is my power supply? It's got to be here. It's got to be here. Is it here? Got it. Got you. All right. Goodbye, Aluminum Red Forest Factory. We have missed you. Or we have loved you, and we will miss you. And let's go ahead and let's put this stuff over here. CS. What is CS? I don't remember what CS is. Sidewalk lights go there. CS hypertubes. What is that? Central storage. It's central storage. All right, we're gonna put Red Forest Aluminum Factory. I wish we could rename this, but this is gonna be the decommissioned factories. And we're off. Except we're not off. We have hooked power in from an alternate way. I know what we did. We need to cut this and this. It's because I connected in, and that's good actually, because this needs to be powered. because we're actually taking this bauxite and we're using it in the aluminum factory in the city. And so it needs to stay on, even though the rest of this has been turned off. CS equals Counter-Strike. Yeah, second generation old card. The 5070 Ti Super did really good at 4K. Yeah, poor Mikey still rocking the 2080 Super. My brother Melkor is using a 1080 Ti that I used for 5 years to mine crypto with. And then when I was done, I was like, hey, you want a free 1080 Ti? He's like, sure. You say it needs some rocket fuel? Nice. I mean, the fact that other users don't like Unreal Engine 5 games because of bad performance either means developers just start putting in optimization work, which is ridiculous with game pricing nowadays, or the engine itself has issues. Either way, it makes Unreal Engine 5 look bad. Honestly, Epic should be suing game developers for slander because they are making the engine look worse because care isn't put in. Hey, all I can tell you is I'm playing an Unreal Engine 5 game right now, and it looks amazing. I also just realized that most of the hits using Unreal Engine 5 are indies right now. AAA's on the list of flopped or have been canceled. Honestly, I think it's bad developers. I really do. And you know what? And I have no problems trying to blackpill any of my viewers into thinking that. I have no problems with that. I mean, what we need as factory gamers is an engine with min-maxes our CPUs for us. It's true. Surprisingly listed under Unreal Engine 5 games isn't that big on the grand scheme of things. I agree. But definitely a lot of bangers on the list. Isn't Expedition 33 Unreal Engine 5? I'm thinking, and then Black Myth Wukong, wasn't that Unreal Engine 5? Am I pulling shit out of my ass? It could be. Was Expedition 33 made with Unreal Engine 5? Yep. Later switched to Unreal Engine 5. Yep. I mean, it's the developers, guys. It's never the engine. All right? I mean, think about it. I mean, think about what the word means. Imagine, you know, you're the maker of the best, mechanical engine in the world, and you sell it to, and every company uses yours. Ford, Chevy, BMW, right? You're going to have different cars. The engine's going to be used efficiently in some and inefficiently in others. That's what's happening with the game world, and maybe it shouldn't be, to Tier Harvester's point, but that doesn't mean that the engine's bad. And by the way, didn't they just announce Unreal Engine 5.7? Like a day ago? Or did they announce 6? Is it 6? No, 5.7. May 9th. Maybe. I just saw an announcement. I'm mixing up 5 and 0.5 and 0.6. It's gonna be changed. It's gonna be updated. To me, what I see from this conversation is that the developers for Coffee Stain Studios should be praised for how well they have put this technology into place so quickly, and quite frankly, relatively bug-free. I've never played a game that I have been so happy with in terms of the developer interaction with the community as Satisfactory. And the part of that is because I grew up playing MMOs, and MMOs are famously terrible at communicating with their audience. Games nowadays are rushed, so optimization is not a big focus for AAA games. I agree. Honestly, I think it's easier for big AAA games to just say, oh, you need a ridiculously very good PC to be able to fully use these, than taking the time to fully optimize. And I think Cynical is also makes a good point that it seems like some of the best Unreal Engine 5 games have been smaller studios like Coffee Stain, like the guys that did Expedition 33. Wasn't Black Myth Wukong a pretty small studio? Honestly, I think game companies have been terribly bloated. Ubisoft, EA, I think they're disgustingly bloated. We don't need that. I don't think the market can support it. I think that they're cutting corners on things like optimization. I think the video game industry is in for a terrible, terrible reckoning. All it takes is a slowdown in the global markets in general, and a lot of these places will cease to exist, and or at least cease to exist in their current form. And I mean, look what did you guys see? Microsoft just laid off like recent Microsoft layoffs. Microsoft has recently laid off 9,000. I thought it was bigger than that. 2 days ago. There's okay, it was 9,000 4 days ago. Microsoft laying off 9,000 employees in latest round. Microsoft, the largest layoff in years, hits Xbox sales. I mean, it's happening. I mean, these games, aren't these the guys that made what was that game called that stole all the art? Is Bungie, right? Isn't Bungie's Microsoft, right? Might not even be bad developers. Goofy Shep, good point. We're saying developers. You're right. Maybe they just don't know how to use it. I would say, I thought we were going to go somewhere different with this. I call them the suits. The suits step in, and there are often times where we have very good developers whose hands are being tied because big AAA studios and suits are stepping in and telling them how they can and can't play their game. You know, I know it might be tempting to say capitalism bad, but I would argue the opposite. I would say capitalism is working. We're not buying those games. People are not buying those kinds of games. The good games are winning. The bad games are losing. Expedition 33 is a perfect example of that. And I think it's only going to continue. Schedule 1, another perfect example. One effing dude in Australia makes a game that goes ultra viral. To me, that is capitalism winning. So... Bungie, yeah, it used to be Microsoft. Tainted Grail, I'm not familiar with that one. Okay, so we're gonna shut this one off. I don't think he has his own Switch, so I guess we'll leave him. If he doesn't have a Switch, we'll leave him. We're gonna do home base last. We're stealing this though. Bye. These are some of our first power shards that we actually installed. Let's do the motor factory over here. Actually, no, we have to do something else first. We have a little outpost over here that we need to take care of. So I don't know. I think very talented small teams with you know, enough money to get the job done. But not so much money that you know, they lose sight of you know, why people play games in the first place. And it's one of the reasons why I really want to play Expedition 33 on the channel. and it's one of the reasons I want to play Schedule 1 on the channel. I think they are perfect examples of where gaming needs to go. What was that game that stole the art? Marathon. Yeah. Marathon. Yeah, there's other examples too. By the way, all of this conversation is politics adjacent, right? When we try not to talk about politics directly. Yay, Mercer Sphere, here on the channel, or we do talk about politics, but not in the same way that a lot of people consider it politicky. But some of these games, a lot of this is, like I said, I think politics adjacent is the best way to say it. So, I don't know. All I know is the market will decide. People will pay for good games, and they will not pay for bad games. And there's only so many overpriced games that flop that can come out before people start getting fired and entire arms of businesses get shut down. Okay, I think that we can call this good. We got the power shards and we got this, and it's time to move on. And I hope we get more small teams, and I hope you know what I would rather have? Instead of 400 people working on an Ubisoft game, I would rather have that nobody really wants to play or doesn't play very long. I would rather have those 400 people be broken up into 10 teams of 40. And we'll get 10 games that we actually want to play instead of one game that nobody wants to play. That's what I'd like to see. The game industry is one of the hardest. Yeah, and it's going to be very susceptible to a recession. Very susceptible to a recession, because Bean, how did you get up there, sir? Because think about it. I mean, it is what's the first thing that everybody cuts in a recession? Entertainment. You know? So, yeah, I and if it's not doing well in a relatively strong economy now, although some may say that that's turning, depending on how you look at it. Of course, people have been saying it's been turning for a while, but still, I don't know. I just think that big bloated studios that make games that people don't actually play, it doesn't look good. And you're right, it's not necessarily the developers, but it is the system. The combined system. Honestly, this is the time period for gaming. I can probably scream, I told you so, laughing at the industry's misfortunes. Well, the sucky part is that it's a lot of people's livelihoods, which really sucks. So hopefully, these guys can get out from under whatever system they're in that's causing these things to happen, and they can go and make the games that they want to make. Are you going to mention the AOC sign up, or did you hit it earlier? I didn't hit it earlier. I will hit it once today. I hit it twice yesterday. I'll hit the sign up sheet sometime today. Let's talk about great indie games that are unknowns. You love HunterNet Starfight. That game rocks. I've never heard of that one. My point on recession is there's not one whenever one has a £1,000 plus phone in their pocket. Maybe. Well, just because people have chosen to spend money on one particular aspect of their lives, and that priority. I don't think there's any shards in here, guys. And that priority may not necessarily match with yours. Oop, never mind. I lied. Doesn't mean that it doesn't. The recession isn't here. It just maybe means that they cut it somewhere else. You know. We're stealing shards. What is this? I know where that's going. I'm remembering some of this stuff. But yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm not really in the I told you so thought process on stuff like this. I'm more in the I'm interested in figuring out why it happens, so that we can maybe keep it from happening in the future. That's my thought process. And you know what? Maybe we'll get some better games out of it. All right, I stole those. Do we have any? I bet you we don't have any priority power switches here, because when we built this, priority power switches didn't exist. Depot booster lights, put those in there. Yeah, I think our Red Forest aluminum factory is probably the only one here. But we're gonna, Gold Coast. We're gonna set all the Gold Coasts over here. Gold Coast is, we're gonna actually do that second to last. This motor one is done. Will this shut everything off? Yep, sure did. Starter motors. All right, nice. Another one done. Ooh, raid. The real Steve the Beast. I raided with a party of 2. Thank you for the raid, sir. You hear the roar? The beastlings have arrived. I did hear the roar. Look at this. We prepped a priority power switch room and everything. And then we never installed it. This is starter. Steel. And we're gonna shut you off. You are decommissioned, sir. We could turn you back on in an emergency if we need you one day, which hopefully will never happen. But really, we're here to steal your valuables. Look at you. 3-dimensional depots. What do we got in here? Anything? Nothing good. Anything here? Nothing good. Oh, I saw some shards. Okay, I'm back. Are we still talking about Update Engine 5? Not really. Or Unreal Engine 5. Update Engine 5. Not really. A little bit. We're kind of talking about more like we moved into bloated gaming. Here we go. And that how so many, indie is kind of a broad term, but I would say smaller studios are knocking it out of the park lately, you know, which is really, really cool. I want lots of good games. And if people make a good game, if somebody makes a good game, people will buy it. I think that, you know, again, Schedule 1, Expedition 33, those are examples that I kind of think of very, how long has that been there? That's silly. Examples that I can kind of, you know, think of quickly and easily because they're ones that I'm familiar with, but there's plenty of other ones. Those are just the ones I'm familiar with. I like how Ahoy and releasing their games using Kickstarter and YouTube. Nice. You've officially gone to 100 hours in phase 4 on my save. Very good. I am at about 800 hours on this save. So you're getting there. You'll be beating me very soon. You'll be passing me soon. Okay, Joey Farrell. Okay, all right. Joey Farrell, let's pause. I got to read Joey Farrell's comments. He is glazing, is the term. So I really need to read these. It's good for my my personal, you know, sense of self-worth. Kim is a Satisfactory goat. I have the game, but never really got into it, but I seen Kin everywhere. I love this dude's content. All right, I'm done glazing. That's barely a glaze. I was all excited. Actually, you know who you can thank on that one, Joey, is my daughter, Minnie Kin, as she is known, is doing the lion's share of the editing these days. So if you're seeing my YouTube shorts, she's been doing all of the editing for YouTube shorts for the last 2 months. So she's been doing a good job. Heck, look at Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, that was another one. Yeah, a great game tremendously outsells a mediocre one. Well, right, and the way the internet works right now, and there's big content creators that pitch things. What engine did Baldur's... wow. Baldur's Gate 3 use? Divinity Engine 4.0. So, not Unreal Engine. But a relatively smaller team, right? All right, we got everybody here. We're ready to get out of here. But yeah, no, Minnie Kin, my daughter, has been doing a great job with the edits, and has allowed me to focus on other parts of my life that I was basically not really taking care of. And also other parts of the channel that I wasn't able to really take care of. So it's been nice. I was overly stressed trying to get content out, and just having that little bit of help, and it's actually not even a little bit of help, it's a lot of help, has been massive. Jazzball Atomic is a cool indie game on Steam made by me and my bro. Okay, nice. Is that a reference to the old Windows game Jazzball? That's what I thought of when you said that. Mikey, I do believe the majority of people, especially millennials, lack ambition. I just mean, look at movies like Jurassic Park, Matrix, Independence Day, The Devil's Advocate. These all came out in the 90s. You would think after nearly 30 years of technological advancement, movies would look much better, but they don't. I don't know if I would agree. I don't know. I agree with your your examples, Mikey, but I don't know if the reason is that millennials lack ambition. I don't know if I agree with your conclusion. It is interesting. The one that is the most egregious to me is, let's look at 2 movies with dwarves in them. Lord of the Rings and Snow White. Lord of the Rings came out over 20 years ago. Snow White came out this year. Why is it that they look so bad? I just it is what it is. But like is it like Atlantis, some long lost technology? So I do believe that there are things that are happening like that. I just kind of think though that I don't know. Starter. I think there may be other things happening than a generation of people lacking ambition. That seems like an oversimplification to me. All right, we're looking for anything valuable before we shut this factory down. These are all of our starter factories, guys. We are decommissioning them all, and we are moving up into the cyberpunk city up there. I think, you know what I think? I think that, and I think this is going to continue with as we get AI. All right, I think this happened with CGI, and it happened with computer graphics, and I think it's going to continue with AI. I think the difference between good movies and bad movies has broadened. Okay? Because it's the 3D. 3D is another perfect example. Okay? There are some applications of that 3D technology that are amazing. Okay? Avatar, awesome. Like the blue people Avatar. Really, really cool. How to Train Your Dragon, I thought was awesome in 3D. Then there are applications of that technology that are absolutely horrible. Okay? Computer generation, same thing. You have Jurassic Park. What year is Jurassic Park made? $1993. What year was Aliens 3 made? 1992. All right. They had to do it a year earlier. The computer generation, I was thinking that maybe it was after. I will give them that. They were a year earlier. But the computer generation of the Alien and Aliens 3 is disgustingly hilarious. It is so bad. So I don't know if it's ambition. I just think that computers have created a, here, let's turn it off. I think it's easier for and easier for people to make movies. The barrier to entry to making content is lower. Okay? And that barrier to entry is part of what was keeping bad content from being made. Does that make sense? So let's do it. Let's pull out the old paint so that I can fully flesh out this thought that I have. So in olden times, the 90s, okay, let's say you had quality, okay? All right, and up here we're gonna say things like Jaws. Okay. Jurassic Park. That's an S. Things like Aliens. All right. Lord of the Rings. Okay. And then you had this line, and this is going to be the barrier of entry. B of A, not Bank of America. All right. And then you had to have a certain barrier. There was a barrier to be able to make movies. And that made a floor for movies. Now, bad movies still got made, but like they were cheap ones. The Room. Right, which in a way is its own good movie. When was The Room made? 2003, about the same time as Lord of the Rings. Okay. Now there wasn't any computer graphics or anything in The Room. All right. So, you know, but still it's not a good movie, right? But there was still that barrier. Now we have YouTube. Now we have AI. Now I can make a movie. Me, sitting in my chair, I can make a movie today. It won't be very good. Now the barrier of entry has dropped. And so now movies can be made in here. Those movies could not exist before we had affordable CGI. Lord of the Rings, that CGI was very, very, very good and very cutting edge and very expensive. Okay. I can do things in DaVinci Resolve that took hundreds of thousands of dollars to do for movies that were made in the early 2000s. Maybe not hundreds of thousands, but probably. Okay. I can do it on my computer, right? Because the technology is there. You know, and so I think that this concept is what can be attributed to a lot of what we're seeing. And so, you know, the average movie, okay, so look at when the barrier of entry is high, what's the average? The average movie is here. The average movie is a C. We'll call it a B. Remember, we call them B movies for a reason, you guys. This is the average movie, the average content. Maybe it's not even movie anymore, it's content. Now, where is the average? The average is here. There's still good movies, guys. Good movies still get made. Dune, Top Gun, the new Top Gun. I heard that Formula One movie is pretty good. Good movies still get made. Good content still gets made. Andor, season 1 and season 2. Okay, what else? What else has come out that's really, really good? Computers and technology don't make it better. Agreed. That was a response. I don't think I've ever seen the Sand Shark. You'll be hating on the fly. The reason movies were better, that's because they used real items. They built entire sets. Think of Home Alone being built in a gym. Now a computer would do all of that. Not necessarily. So it's just a tool. This goes back to what I'm saying, Goofy. Computers are a tool, and computers were used in Aliens. Well, maybe not Aliens, but they were used in Lord of the Rings. Hardcore, they were used in Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is considered some of the greatest movies ever made. It was a tool that was used appropriately. That's it. But as that tool became cheaper, people used it because it's cheaper than building the set of Home Alone in a gym, as your example said. Does that make sense? So I think, again, that's the lowering of the barrier of entry. It's made things cheaper, and so that you can make movies for less, and they come out worse. Some of them. Terminator used technology that was never used again. Is that what you're saying? Now movies are somewhat easier to reproduce faster. They are easier to reproduce faster and cheaper, but they come in down here. And honestly, we have all of our streaming services, and every streaming service has to have their own like suite of, you know, TV shows. And so they got to pump that shit out fast. They don't have a lot of money to do it. I mean, let's be honest, the last really good streaming TV show worth any money that I can think of was Stranger Things. You know, but Andor's actually, you know, probably a relatively cheaper, of all the Star Wars content, relatively cheaper. You know, there's a text function in Paint, right? I know. Quality. Anyway, that's my thought. I think that as we, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you right there. You're going to stay right there, sir. I think that as the technology to make things has gotten cheaper, more people can make things, and it just means that the average quality has gone down. I don't think similar. It's the same argument that we were making, that somebody was making about Unreal Engine 5, right? They were saying the argument was that, oh, well, because it's Unreal Engine 5, it's shitty. That's not true. It's just a tool, right? Unreal Engine 5 has lowered the barrier of entry to make video games. You can make them cheaper, you can make them faster, you can make them with fewer people, and you can make them with less experience. So what do you get? You get worse games. It's not Unreal Engine's fault. It's not the fault of Unreal Engine 5. It's not the fault of computer-generated graphics. It's not the fault of AI. It is the fact that more people have access to the tools to create. So, on average, you're going to get worse creations. Because before, all that stuff was locked behind experience, money, clout, nepotism, and now you don't need to make your own engine. You don't need to spend 2 years making your own engine. It's on the shelf sitting there ready for you in Unreal Engine 5. So of course you're going to get worse games. To me, it makes total and perfect sense. We're stealing everything. We're stealing all the good stuff. All this stuff has been replaced. But I don't think we should blame the technology. In fact, it has, in a way, democratized content. Now, somebody like the guy that made Schedule 1 or the small team that made Expedition 33, now if you've got the chops, now money won't keep you from making that awesome piece of content. I think it's a good thing. I think that we as consumers need to be more targeted in how we consume that content. I'm not going to just turn on a Disney Plus channel show because it says Star Wars on it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to buy a game just because it says Assassin's Creed on it. Sorry. I'm not going to watch a show just because it says, Lord of the Rings. I don't watch that stuff. And there's a reason that I don't watch it. I have never seen the third Star Wars sequel movie, Rise of Skywalker. I haven't seen it a single time. And you know how many times I've watched The Last Jedi? Once. I saw it one time. I'm never going to see it again. Now, that's a little bit different reasons why I haven't seen that than what we were talking about. But still, I think that don't buy those games. Don't buy those big bloated games. Don't buy a game because, somebody says you're supposed to like the game. Buy the games that are good games, the ones that you want to play. And like I said, I think that when the economy goes in cycles, okay? We have surplus and then we have recession. It always happens. The only thing that's different is the amplitude of that cycle and the time of the period of that cycle. It's the only thing that's different. Okay, and the time is going to come, and it may already be upon us, that you know, we're not going to have the money to buy those games that we know we're not going to play. We're not going to have money to go see those movies we know we're not going to really enjoy, or buy them on Blu-ray. Guys, we're cutting it. One day you will return, sir. You know, and you know, we're gonna start cutting the Disney Pluses and the Paramounts and the HBO Maxes. Although I think HBO Max changed their name again. Any power shards in here? So, anyway, I don't know. That's just how I think about it, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong, or I'm at least not 100% right. We have a bunch more dimensional depots to delete. Yeah, give me that shit. I'm not talking about computers being bad. I'm just saying a real dog would look better on TV than a CGI dog. I agree, but maybe a CGI dog, maybe a real dog is expensive. Obviously, you would use a dog if you had a dog, but what if we're talking about a dinosaur? Right? Maybe I can't make an animatronic dinosaur for Jurassic Park, but maybe my story is just as good. So now I get to try. And I already deleted that. And by the way, the AI and CGI dogs and dinosaurs will get better over time. And honestly, I'm even okay if the dog looks like shit. Give me a good story. People are just lacking ambition? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that I don't think it's an ambition problem. I think it's just human nature. Plus, millennials are old now, my friend. We're like 40, 45. Okay. Ooh, there's another thing over here that I made. We got to get rid of this thing over here. I do think there's an interesting thing that's happened with like our colloquialism use of words. I think people now say millennial when they just mean a young generation, forgetting the fact that millennials are middle-aged now, and that really it's like Gen Z, and then yeah, I thought there was one of you were over here. It's Gen Z and what's the other one? What's the other generation? Those are the young people now. Yeah, the animatronics. Well, what's interesting is they had animatronics and CGI. There is CGI in Jurassic Park. There's actually a decent amount of it. And oftentimes you can't tell the difference. They hold up surprisingly, shockingly well. Which I find, because, why? It's Steven Spielberg. He's good at making movies. It doesn't matter what tool he uses, right? So it's not the tool. It's like anything. I think, you know, like I said, same conversation about Unreal Engine 5. You know, you can't blame the tool. You blame the owner. I think people just throw out generalization terms that don't know what they actually are. Well, in Mikey's case, he may actually mean the generation that is millennials. But I do think in general that does happen. Of course, I just generalized. So I guess I am a partaker of the same thing. Let's see. Guys, I've let me catch up. Let me catch up on YouTube chat. I was ranting. I was on my soapbox. Alpha. Yes, thank you. Alpha. Let's see. Oh, she's doing a great job. Oh, the editing. Yeah, I always turn my starter base into my mall. Also, Shrine to Spaghetti. Nice. Yeah, that's why your YouTuber streaming video games, because the barrier to entry has been lowered. Exactly. Evan Goodman, 100%. The barrier for me to make content is down. I can do it. I'm here. I am making, there are some parts of the world. All right, listen. There are some parts of the world that if I lived in them, I could fully take care of my family with the money that I am making from YouTube. Give me a Starlink, okay? Park me in, name some cheap country somewhere, okay? I could do what I'm doing from somewhere else. I could absolutely provide for my family, making YouTube content that I'm doing right now, because that barrier to entry to making content has been lowered. The technology is there, the systems are in place, YouTube exists, Twitch exists, the idea, the culture of tipping for content exists. The editing software exists, this microphone, the whole setup, it's ridiculous. I mean, think about it. I'm running a live TV show right now from my bedroom. I'm literally running a live TV show from my bedroom. I could be doing anything. We could be covering news. I just happen to be playing a damn video game and ranting about social issues. But it's crazy. Yeah, but that's the capitalism. So you push out slop and hope it sticks somewhere. If you push out slop consistently, each small game pipes up and you also make money. I disagree, Eye in the Sky. This is capitalism working. No. I don't take with that. Again, I have an economics degree. I believe that capitalism is the greatest source for prosperity in the history of the human race. Easily. It's not even close. Doesn't mean everything's perfect about it. Of course, I think we should improve where we can. But to say it's capitalism is, I don't know. I think it's ridiculous. This is capitalism working. The barriers have been lowered. Who are you guys watching? You're watching me. You're not watching some AI slop content. And you know what? If they can get people to watch them, then the people are making the choice, right? The money is flowing, the dollars are flowing, and the dollars are votes. May the best AI slop content win. That's it working. I think it's easy. The system is working. And by the way, the capitalistic system is working, like I said, with bad video games. You're going to spend $500 million. Is this the right one? Yep. You're going to spend $500 million on an Assassin's Creed game that basically, relatively few people play. Guess what? You got to change the model. You got to make better content. Capitalism is why we can have any hope at all of having good video games in the future. It's not the reason for bad video games. It's our hope for good video games. Because the market will decide us. Just like the viewership decides on a YouTube channel. The market decides what's good and what's bad. Capitalism is our vote. Okay. What are we going to do here? We have to pull out all of the dimensional depots here, and we need to be prepared to turn everything off. Oh, we have a bunch of shit in all of these that we need to get rid of. And you know what? Are there some people out there that want the AI stuff? Yeah. Do they not get them because do the people that want that content get denied access because you or somebody else thinks that it's bad? No. Martin Scorsese thinks that every single Marvel movie, including the good ones, should never have been made. That is the opposite of capitalism. You're making a judgment call that some kinds of AI shouldn't exist, AI content. Capitalism says that it should. Why? Because some people actually want to watch it and they'll pay for it. Why should I or me or you or some government or somebody or, you know, Martin Scorsese decide who gets to watch what? If somebody wants to make it, somebody wants to pay for it, go for it. Look at Schedule 1. I guarantee you there's big game companies out there that hate that Schedule 1 exists. All right, I think we stole all of this stuff. I'm certainly glad it exists. And guess what? Schedule 1 is gonna encourage indie developers like, you know, maybe Pumpkin or whoever else was watching that may do this to make their own game. And then maybe we get another game like Schedule 1 that's just as good. So I don't think we can apply our judgments to what people should and shouldn't consume. To me, that's the authoritarianism. That is literally the opposite of capitalism. Capitalism is democracy in action. So I just don't like the hate that it gets as a generality. Now, again, doesn't mean everything's perfect. It's definitely not perfect, and we should strive to make it better. But just saying, oh, capitalism. Oh, the other one that gets me is late stage capitalism. That one always gets me. Please define what that means. But anyway, I'm ranting like usual. All right, so here's our switches. I think we're ready to pull these. Yeah, I think that that's a perfect example of why it should exist. And then you know what? all of those AI slop, you know, things that exist out there, they have to fight each other to rise to the top. How do they fight each other? They get better. And then we get better content. Yeah, speak with your wallet. Yep, definitely. Lucky guy. Am I a lucky guy? Sorry, that was so long ago. I'm trying to catch up in chat. I really think these AAA developers are starting to realize they don't need 1,000 devs to make a good game. Yeah, that's why they're getting fired. You know, we just looked up Microsoft firing people. I have over 5,000 hours in Diablo 2. I don't own or never played Diablo 4. Well, exactly. I mean, you're good to go. Same thing with boomer. Nobody uses the term correctly. Yeah, Alpha, that was right. For building an economy, capitalism might be as good as it gets, but for building a society, it leaves a lot to be desired. Well, I mean, you know, economy isn't society. I think that there are things that need to be fixed. Corthell, right there with you on capitalism, Ken. The technological advancement over the last 40 years have radically lowered the cost of entry to many fields. Internet content is a perfect example. And that was exactly what you said. All right, good night, Corthell. Yeah, Eye in the Sky, I think we'll probably mostly agree. There are people who want low quality stuff and they can get it. And since they buy it, people continue making it. That's true. You look forward to watching the rest of Moving Day tomorrow. Yeah. No, that's true, but Eye in the Sky, who are you to tell them that they don't get to enjoy their low quality content? Do you get to decide that? Like who? And then if not you, does anybody? I don't think we do. I don't think anybody has a right to tell anybody else what they should do with their money. Unless it's not their money. Odds are the experienced person you will talk to in that career is any kind as a millennial. Not necessarily. There's a lot of Gen Xers that are still working, Mikey. Then as contractors signal levels like ambition, they are jobs they choose if they have ambition. No, they lack ambition. We can talk about, let's say, planes, why there's so much country goes on. Yeah, I'll let you guys chat. You guys have fun chatting. I probably won't read all of that out loud, but yeah, I just I'm wary of making sweeping generalizations like that, Mikey, personally. But it's all good, my brother. Guys, this plant is ready to be decommissioned. Is there anything else that we want? Oh, there we go. There we go. I figured there was some other items here. I kind of want to just leave this. I'm going to leave that. The gas mask uploader. We'll never use those the rest of the game. What do we have here? Nothing. Reclaimed. Crap ton of fiber. I have the same issue. I don't know. I don't think we need it there necessarily. We'll leave the oil plugged in. All right. Let's shut her down. You've been good to us, factory. It's time to say goodbye. I'm just biased. I will fully admit it. I generally dislike the work ethics of my generation. Well, honestly, I that's fine. You know what? To be honest with you, I generally dislike the worth ethics of the generation that's younger than me, because I do the training. No, there's great people, but also it doesn't sometimes seem like it. All right, turbo fuel, plastic, rubber, Gold Coast package fuel, and Gold Coast main power, all off. Our power is completely off. I want to take a look at our power production line. Well, not here. Duh. Wars have been started over generalizations. True, but generalizations come from somewhere. I am hoping... I'd like to figure out... Oh, these have to run out of fuel. It's going to take quite a while for those to run out of fuel. And then when they do, we should have a stable power line. All right. Okay, let's head back. We can't take the launcher because we shut the power down. Let's head back the old-fashioned way. Uh-oh, I missed it. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, my opinions are my own, and I am very I'm open to being wrong about them. But I think that I like lower barrier to entry to being able to create things. I think that smart and ambitious and really just smart and ambitious people can take advantage of that. I hope that I'm one of those people. I'd like to think I am. And, I'd like to, I'm happy that my daughter has those, and all my kids have those opportunities. My daughter and I have been sketching out the idea of us making of writing basically an IP, a universe. And, we have the ability, if we wanted to make a movie about it. In 5 years, who knows what kind of technology there is. I think it's possible maybe even likely, that we're gonna get to the point where I'll be able to sit down on my television. We're gonna leave that one. Sit down and ask the television to make me a sci-fi show, you know, and it makes a cut, you know, with these XYZ parameters, and I get to watch a custom-made computer-derived content. I don't know. It's possible. In a way, with YouTube, it almost already exists. There's so much freaking content out there. All right, guys. Enough of ranting on my part. Well, let's be clear. There'll never be enough of that. It is time to move our hub, which has stayed in the same place for nearly 800 hours. Why in the world was I keeping iron ore? There's a lot of shit we don't need. Let's clear our inventory a little bit. But I'm excited for this stuff. Over time, we'll get better movies, better games, better content. I think it's a good thing. But it does mean that bad versions of it will exist too. All right. Okay. You just got me wondering now, would an AI make a good dungeon master for D&D? Probably not today. How do you hover in the air? It's a hover pack. Where is he? He's right here. So you have to have power nearby, and that power has a range to it. But you unlock this in what, tier 7? I want to say tier 7. Not 100% sure on that, but I think it's tier 7. And it keeps you still and steady. It's very, very nice for construction. It's a little bit slow if you're trying to get somewhere quickly, but it's very good for building and having that versatility of movement. Someone did a video of AI playing D&D that would go viral. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's an easy first application. I think that's a good example, right? Programming out an AI that would be a good dungeon master. I think it could happen easily. One of my favorites is when we had a supervisor who got hired through nepotism, look for a flux capacitor to help fix a made-up problem. Well, see, to me, Mikey, that's you put the answer in there, right? He did not get his job through merit. He got it through another means. All right, hub. Bye-bye. We got a gold toilet that's flushable. Where's the button? Bye.
You couldn't see it with your human eyes, but that item contained a volatile substance that could only be negated with water, so it is for the best.
Fluid dynamics. This book needs to exist in real life. By the way, did you guys know that there's a Rick and Morty reference in here? Yeah. So there you go. All right, let's get out of here. You've been good to us, Grassy Fields. Very, very good to us. But it is time for us to move out from the countryside to make the most out of our lives in the big city. We're living the reverse of a Lifetime movie storyline. And we have arrived in the big city. So what I want to do is create a little home for myself, or really a home for when somebody who opens the game to tour it will have nice, easy access to the city. And I think this is the area that we've picked out. And so that's where we're going to work on for a little while. Okay. Ooh, let's check on the brisket. My temp's good. Yep, nice and steady temperature. Check it out. There we go. Still trying to get rid of it. There's my temps. So the pellet smoker is doing its job. In a couple hours, I'll go downstairs and I'll rotate it. The brisket, not the pellet smoker. Okay, so what are we doing? I think what I want to do first is asphalt. Yeah, probably. Yes. Yeah, I have a phone app for my smoker. I can change the temperature from my from the app. And if I put their if I put the temp monitors, the temperature, the probes, the meat probes, and plugged it into my app, I could monitor the actual temp of the meat. And I can also set up some pre-programmed rules, like if the temperature of the meat reaches 170 degrees internally, then reduce the temperature of the smoker down to 160 degrees to keep it warm, basically, and not continue to cook it, so it gives me time to go and get it. There's a bunch of stuff that the app will do, or I could do it manually, and it connects through Wi-Fi, so it's not like I even need to be in Bluetooth range. One time I turned down the smoker temp while I was at somebody else's house, so the smoker was running at home, and I adjusted the temp. I wasn't even at home. That's so dope. I want that smoker now. We smoke things the old school way. Well, there's advantages to that too. There's advantages to the old school way. But it's hard to beat the convenience. Yeah, Bean will take care of the old place for me. Ugh. Slimy Mikey gifted a tier 1 sub to Goofy Shep Gaming. They've given 31 gift subs to the channel. Mikey, very generous as always. Thank you for that. Okay, so I want a garage. I'm thinking thank you for the follow. And that should be 2 walls up, or 3 walls up. Okay. Still getting used to my in-ear monitors. but I will get there. Not sure about this color. This just happened to be what we had selected. JP just finished putting together trains plus constructors to come out with 256 iron plates per minute. I'm sorry, 2,560 iron plates per minute. I'm definitely a slow burn player, but progress is progress. Yeah, you should play the game the way you want to play it. Never really ends. The game is bad / good for that. Definitely. Gearless, your videos got me back playing. I haven't played since 1.0. Your city is looking amazing. Thank you. Speaking of which, I think we can take our sun back down to something that looks good city-wise. Yeah. But then it's harder to see. Can I have the best of both worlds, please? I treat this game like I'm a 90-year-old messing with an antique train set in your basement. I mean, it's a pretty good way to look at things. That's better. So the pharmacist put the big yellow label on the bottle on how I should take medication. However, they put the label over the name of the medication, whatever it is. It tastes extremely bad, but your body's really loving it. Well, that's good. All right, we're gonna need lots of lights. Maybe a glass housing. So I'm trying to figure out exactly where I want these entrances and all. This is too big, right? I'm thinking this is too big. Yeah. All right. I need to use the restroom, and I'm gonna flip the brisket. I thought I could take longer. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna set do that. I've been meaning to do this this drone shot again. Nice. All right. There's our shot. Okay, I am going to be right back. I just need a couple of extra minutes today because I need to rotate the brisket. I got to go flip my meat. Switching over to TV, lurk mode begins. Appreciate it. Yes, definitely cynical. The first time I ever come back to an old save, I kept working on it. Super mega base. Nice. I had 56 million parts per minute when I came back to the save off about 200k power. And I built in at 300k power and I'm playing a new base. Nice. All right. Yep. Definitely. Yeah. Phrasing. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't we do phrasing anymore? All right. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere unless you must. I mean, fine. It's fine. Do whatever you want. I'm going to also leave a friend for each of you. Okay. So I will be back in probably 2 or like 3 or 4 minutes so that I can take care of what I need to take care of, and then we'll get back to the stream. Okay, we're back. I imagine your house is organized like one of your factories. Yeah. No. In this case, art does not imitate life. Or vice versa, I guess. Seeing Kin's base makes me want to spend way more time on aesthetics. It is pretty cool. I do like this drone shot. This is like the busiest intersection we have in the city. All right. Have no fear. The meat has been rotated appropriately. And we're back. Yeah, thanks. Beautiful, man. Great job. You talking about the meat rotation or the city aesthetics? I actually like the black with the yellow highlights a lot. I don't know if we're going to keep that. And then I'm not sure if I want my garage. Kind of windows. We did something like this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm making a brisket. My family's in town, my sister and my brother-in-law, and I'm smoking a rather large brisket, actually. I got an overnight smoke, Texas-style smoked brisket with a pellet smoker. So I don't have to manage the fire or anything. My fire management is keeping an eye on my app on my phone. So and I do actually have an offset smoker, but I haven't really learned how to use it and manage the fire yet. And so even though I know from a ceiling perspective, I'll get much better barbecue long term out of a offset smoker, I don't know how to use one yet. So I still get much better brisket out of my pellet smoker. If we go this light still sucks. Thinking we add some lights out here too. Let's put it in the back half. Megafire, hey Ken, just wanted to say your builds have been a huge inspiration for me to start getting creative in my Satisfactory game with lots of cyberpunk style buildings. Well, awesome. If you feel up to it, or if you'd like to, I want you to feel free to post your pictures in my Discord. We have a Satisfactory talk section where people post their pictures. So feel free to drop in and you know, share what you got going. I was kind of thinking maybe like a ramped that'll mess up my windows. What if we did like I don't know. Keep that in mind as you start finishing stuff up. Yeah, definitely. Keep in mind that the stuff has to look good in the gloomy lighting of your perpetual night, so don't judge how it looks in the sunlight. That's true. It's true. Brendan, nice. I haven't tried homemade barbecue yet. The most homemade stuff I do is meat and sourdough bread. That's cool. Both of which you set and forget with a few intervenings like stirring and such. Yeah, it's true. It's true too. Although I would say some barbecue is pretty set and forget. I just learned that in 1.1 the new left and right rail signals can be put backwards. Yes. I haven't done that, or I haven't tried that yet, but I did hear that that feature was coming. Come on. The black caterium just looks monotone gray in the night lighting, but if you step up the floodlights, it solves the issue. Yeah, and I'm probably going to do a neon outline as well. Okay, let's figure this out. There we go. Yeah, I think this works. I don't know. I had an idea for like a little mini pyramid with the hub on top and a gas station. What if we start with the pyramid instead of trying to tack it on after? What if we build the pyramid first? Okay. I like this angle matching this wall here. I like that. What if, I wonder, Really? Right, the only way to do that is going to be our old friend Freeform. On. Thinking of maybe putting the lights in like this. But kind of has its own problems. Kind of dig when the outer triangles, the inner triangles protruded. How long have I been on this save? It's like 800 hours. The personal elevator go through the caves, like from in the cave to the surface. Even if it does go through the cave, I don't think you can ride it. Yeah, the key is these guys. Painted beams. Trying to decide here. I want to do anything with this, and I have an itchy leg. I don't know. Pure creation like this for me is a little bit difficult. I kind of have a general idea of what I want, but as you can see, I don't understand why that was doing that. Man, I'm having a hard time figuring this out. I don't want to build something that I'm not happy with. I don't know why this is really being a pain. I was thinking of putting the billboards in here for the lights. I think it would look really sick. I'm having a hard time figuring out how I'm going to do that, though. What if I put a wall here and we use that to... Maybe. Alright, you're gonna need, in order to be locked in exactly, you're gonna need one of these. And then one of these. It's a rotation problem. Try one more time. Can't see. Try not to get overly frustrated with this process. I don't know. I want to incorporate, you know, my neon signs into here. I have to adjust the thickness of the sign. Not sure how I would do that. So if we did these walls instead of foundations, does that give us any other options? Come on. Rotation result is only achieved if you do like it. If you did it in the beginning, the free form from the tip straight down to the foot of the window of the incline. Like on the edge. The biggest problem is This is a problem that requires a big amount of brain power, and I'm lacking right now, and I'm not 100% sure what's going on and why. We go like this. Problem is the rotation angle has to be correct. How's that? It's not great. How do we match? I think it has to be like this, or it's not gonna work. Why? Why do you do that? This is really close. This is the closest we've gotten so far. Yeah, no, I think you're right. This is the only way to get the slope correct. One back. I can go one down. Let's get rid of this. We're really close here. And then what I can do is I can blueprint it. Isn't there... Wait a second. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with this. Now I'm kind of mad. And I don't want to do something different. If I can't move this, maybe we move this. And it needs to be like how we fight Z fighting. Slip there at the end. What if we... Oh, I got it. I got it. I think. I will tell. It's huge. One back from here? Huge gap. It's enough to like create a shadow, you know? How do I get this guy over there? Leech you guys. I think we got it. No, we did have it. Wish we could turn this on its side. I don't know why it's doing that. You just go up just a tiny bit more. This, these, oops, wrong wall. We need this one. Kid Painted into us. Twitch has ideas too, you know. I know. What am I trying to build? I'm trying to build a mini version of like a pyramid aesthetic up here. Once you make a half a pyramid with a 90-degree bends, then you have 45-degree angles that you want from the inside. Well, we're gonna do a little bit of something like that. In my opinion, applying 3 layers and then removing the last one is best and easiest to make life easier. Applying 3 layers. I don't know what you mean. Let me scroll up. Yeah, sorry, I did miss some Twitch stuff. What if I built 3 layers? Wall, LED wall. I mean, I think this is what I want. I just have to execute. Got it. Okay, let's do... teal. I'm very happy with that. Sorry. So basically what I did is I raised this foundation up just slightly, just like I would do in order to fight Z fighting. And that raised up these walls just vertically slightly so that these didn't clip. I think this is the key here. Now that I know that I want to do this, or that I can do this. Do have the room to make a smaller version of this. What if I build this in the blueprint maker? Let's rebuild this in the blueprint maker. Then I can change out the colors. I can change it out however I want. Actually, I gotta go here. And then what did we do? We brought... How did I pull that? do it on the ground? I think we did do it on the ground. I built this. Come on, auto save. All right, and now this isn't going to be enough. I was gone. Did you come closer? Yeah, I did. Here's what I've got. I've got this bad boy, and I think he looks great. Just thinking if there's anything I can do with these sides. Or if I would even want to. Not really. What do you guys think? Yeah, I think it looks pretty good too. I'm running into a problem though. This This week is catching up to me physically. I don't know if you noticed, I'm running out of gas. I'm trying to get a second wind here, but I don't know if it's going to happen. This doesn't usually happen, though I suppose as I get older, it's bound to happen more and more often. It's really frustrating to me because there's so much that I want to do. But let's finish. No matter what we do, we have to finish this because I won't remember how I did it. Game needs a copy and paste bad. It's got a copy and paste. It's got many of them. I know what you're asking. You're asking for faster and easier blueprints. I like the way blueprints are set up personally, and I've played Factorio. You're using Factorio as better language. And I don't really necessarily agree with that. I think it's very difficult to copy and paste in 3 dimensions. That's what the blueprint designer is for. That's why I'm building it in the blueprint designer. Now, you can do a copy and paste outside of the game with the Satisfactory calculator. But I personally think the blueprint designers are plenty to do anything you need to do in Satisfactory. You should keep your blueprint position at the same position after you build it. You can nudge it afterwards. That would be I was just wondering if that would be more difficult, like from a I know when I'm trying to place a blueprint, if it's a really big one, like my train one, my resource is really slow to a crawl. You know, I get bad FPS, basically. Moment of truth. Let's see if I got the height right. Never played Factorio? Well, there's plenty of copy and paste here for me. You know, for instance, copy, paste. And now that copy and paste gets included in sampling, which is even better. Okay, now we just need to do one more. And how did we place him last time? I did this before. I think I put it right in here like this. Sure this is what I did. No. Did I do this? I just got to do this. There. That's the right move. Get into some more basic colors. Is there anything else I want to do? Kick the corner of that desk with a pinky toe. That'll wake you up. Yeah, well, I could have just built it the first time here, though. I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, you'd have to draw a copy box in 3 dimensions, and I mean, that's what this is. I'm fine with the tools that we have, to be honest. But I get that it would be more convenient to have something else. Sure. I'm just gonna keep this as 127. And that is how you do stuff in Factorio, but so usually Factorio players make that comment. That's why I said what I said, but I get it. How big do we need you to be? How many foundations wide is the hub? Well, it's less than 2. All right, let's split the difference. We have half a meter here, or half a foundation here. 4. So 8. Then let's move this. All right, I like that. How long are we? 1, 2, 3. We'll do 4. And again. Crap, I messed up. Okay. To leave portals for your visiting starter location. Portals, what do you mean? Project Burn, this is not a terrible idea. All good, you've been playing since update 4? Nice. Yeah, I started in update 7 myself. What portals do you mean? I feel like we're a little uneven. Oh, right. I'll have some room in the garage. I could expand the garage though. I could expand the underside, the underneath. I like this placement here. It needs to be longer, I think. And this stuff we can move for sure. Then it would be what? It would be let's do this one first. Is 2 foundations enough for the hub? Yeah, I did check it, but we can, there's no reason not to place it. That's center right there. All right, and then what about a man door? So this stuff is even. I'm not convinced about the color choices yet, but I like this idea. It does look like a Fallout bunker. I wonder if there's a way that I can bifurcate these triangles. Looks like the Umbrella Corporation or something, you know? really nothing that has the same angle. Except for maybe, can't even see it as the, yeah, can't even see it. Maybe the hub. I like the frame floors, but half my stuff is lined by a quarter of a meter. Yeah, the frame floors are rough. Maybe the hub should be a highlight yellow and orange instead of the city theme. I'm fine with changing the colors. Yeah, I don't even know if I like this. I was gonna make everything kind of yellow and black. Now it even looks more like a nuclear waste bunker. I mean, it's pretty sick for what it is, for sure. Okay. We put signage here. Can like what do we name it? Yeah, Mikey, did you say that? You must have said that before. I did make it the yellow that borders the roads, for sure. Is there a kin pun with home base? Home for now. We go purple's in the front. This is probably enough for now. Gonna need more lights on it. Got plenty of room for a garage in here. We do. And I actually don't think I want the hub evenly spaced. Gonna maybe doing a catwalk on the catwalk. That was weird. There. All right, we can't go down like that, but we can. Cool. Yeah, we put lights in here. Have a nice garage. We have access. Think. Oh, the elevator's not a bad idea, but it's a little bulky. Let's try to finish this. We gotta finish home base. Really irritates me that these are all off by 1. But I love blueprints. I'm gonna keep my personal explorer in there. What do you think? One of our boys here. Ceiling light. You could go one of these. Come on. How about our general blue light for now? It's really good. I don't really want to make the door here, though. And I think we make... There's the sign. Alright. There's the sign. I don't mind it being offset. Yeah, that home base sign was a little bit lame. And then if we make the door here instead. Yeah, it's much better. Not bad. Yeah, on the catwalk. Sorry. Oh no, it's working. Maybe a ma'am. Ooh, a ma'am's a good idea. And a ma'am. There we go. All right, what else? We need some trim. We need some trim. Ooh, yeah, the shelves. I always forget the shelves. Yeah, purple maybe, or opposite. We go teal over here, or will that just be muddy? It might just be muddy. Autosave. Okay. Yeah, well, we definitely have some personal storage for sure. I don't know if I like that trim. It's a little too thin. Where's that new stuff? Organization. Where do they live? There we go. What if we go? Ah. Then can we do? Oh, where's my boxes? Parachutes. What else did I put in the box? What's in the box? Blade Runners. Where's the Blade Runners? Am I just missing them? Did I accidentally dump them in my storage? Decided to build the stuff. There's 1 meter wide hole in the ground. Oh yeah, I gotta fix that. Where's the frickin'... I saw the Blade Runners here. I wonder if I put them in my dimensional storage. No, I hope I didn't throw them away. Shoot. Did I throw them away? I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter. I could just make 4 more of them. I probably tossed them. They're in the box already? I might... gas masks. Iodine filters. We have the suits. We could use... some ammo in the rifle, but I don't really have a lot of that anyway. So I think this is fine for now. I don't know if I like this border, but we got to do something. What do we do? Oh yeah, a little fuel for the jetpack is a great idea. I don't know. I don't like this though. I've decided I may have to think on a border or something. Is there anything else that is a must-have? I think this looks good. At least it's got the functional pieces. I feel like I may want to continue to iterate. Yeah, I don't think an awesome sync will fit. I do like the idea, though, of having a place to empty your inventory. I don't know, guys. It's like it's 80% of the way there. I like the shape. I like the concept. I like most of the execution. I almost want a... We can do a little glass thing here. I think for the follow. missing something. I don't know what's missing. It's missing that thing. Say my spreadsheet looks excellent. Wish we had glass doors. It's 4 spaces. Let's do a little rooftop. There's no glass angles. I wish there was a glass version of regular walls. So if I do that, it messes with it. So better to just come on, wake up. I was talking to the game. Did we just leave it open? It's our main color here. If we did teal, and we move the other teal signs to purple. Teal, teal. I gotta fix that gap too. All right, let's put in the other sides. I like this. That angle looks good. Come on. There we go. This way. Let's build the roof back. Stupid thing. Oh, the purple maximum. They weren't shiny. I don't know if that makes that much of a difference, but it probably makes a little. Save. You could put some trophies up there. Which map you playing on? Well, there's only one map. I'm playing on the map. But as for my location on the map, I am above the red forest. I still feel like there's some ways to improve this. Check on my brisket. Brisket temp. It's actually not the brisket temp. What it is the temp of the smoker. It's very nice. It's holding steady. No problems there. He's on the hub the wrong way. I don't know. I feel like the hub is pretty bi-directional. Okay, let's do the roads. Bring them both in. No. I mean, if can't let her like there, we gotta go here. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess we go here. I mean, that's probably enough room, right? My little road barriers. Where's the damn... There. Jeez, I'm going crazy. And I placed the wrong thing here. I didn't place the blueprint. Got it now. I don't like this. It's not even. How's it going? Oh, it's going pretty good. I don't know. This one's easier. It's only one thick. Probably have to give him an arbitrary probably going to cut that off anyway. Can't really do that. What was the other option that I did? I think I did... At one point, I did something like this. Yeah, there's two things I'm not happy with. We could just do the ramp version. Why don't we just do the ramp version? Okay, I remember now. It's coming back to me. It's all coming back to me now. We've done this before. I just couldn't remember what the solution was. Can't even make this. Yeah. After working so long on huge scales, you really forget how big everything is. Compared to this tiny pyramid only consisting of a few pieces, is already big compared to your character. Yeah, no, for sure. Good morning, construction. How are you? I'm doing well. Are curved sloped roads so hard to build? They are hard. I've done them. Let's see if I can find... About 43. Kind of a poor picture. Episode 43. I wonder if I can There we go. There's the source. This is one of the coolest things I built in the old save. It is really cool. This is actually what my train spiral was based off of. The things that I learned while building this. That was a good picture too. Let's see if I can even make this turn. worried about this one. Or that one. Worried about coming home. Needs to be a little wider. To do that, I'm gonna have to fix all that stuff. Yeah, I think we just notch that over and it'll be okay. I feel like this needs some trim, maybe across the top, maybe some uplighting. I'm not sure. I mean, some nice uplighting would be really nice. I think this had the little thing that you can see. I don't know. I think we're going to do this. I think that I'm gonna think on this. I'm gonna sit on this and think on it, okay? It's really close. Just jump the ramp. I mean, you've got a point. All right, Mikey. So the car could go rather straight ahead. I'm not sure, you lost me. Also, we can also perhaps think about some other things that we can do there, and maybe what can we do with the ground to change up what the ground looks like. Instead of just asphalt, there's definitely some things that we're going to do there. I don't know if now's the best time for me to do them. Let me do this. Let's head up to... eyes are bothering me, the allergies, and it's been a freaking long ass weekend. We're at 6 hours. It's kind of my minimum. Saturdays I usually go for 10. This is why I take Fridays off, guys. I think this week, was different, because of 4th of July. But this is why I take Fridays off. that works. New dimensional depot upgrades. Change the square slope foundations to the triangular slope foundation. That's edges parallel to the track of the car. I don't see if I can figure that out. Just 2 simple ramps. If you're bad at driving, you're bad at driving. Maybe. Good at driving. Yeah, just parallel to the track of the car. Which one? What are you thinking? Just like this? Well, the problem with that is you could do this. You have to change this. Obviously, we get rid of the signage and we move that. Is this what you're saying? Do the same for this? I mean, it looks pretty cool. We'll have to get rid of that stuff. There are a lot of games I'd love to play. I mean, how do I sit here with the 5090 and never play Cyberpunk 2077, you know? Is this what you were thinking? All right. I want to think on a couple of these things, and if anybody wants to give me any suggestions until the next stream, I'm happy to take them. I like the general overall thing that we're doing. I just feel like we're missing a couple of key elements to really bring it together. You're saying 90% to the left. Like that. You need to go that way. You said make it like a ramp. I don't know. I think I like this better than that. Maybe we change that out. So I'll lining up the hole up at the door. That triangle is backwards. Triangle is backwards. You guys. What are you guys seeing that I'm not seeing? Yes, but lining the hole up at the door. Okay. Okay. So, like this, then like this, like it's a kind of an on-ramp. Or in this case, an off-ramp, because it is. You're talking about this. I actually do like this. don't want to scrimp on this, you guys. I think it's close, but I think it's missing some pieces of the puzzle still. Yep. Yeah. That looks good. I got what you guys were saying eventually. I usually get there. It often takes me way longer than it should. Still got a couple little things to fix. All right, we're gonna have to do some trim somehow. I'm not sure how. I'm not 100% sure I like this purple and yellow. I like the idea of the signs being there. We could do some door lighting. I'm not sure. Maybe purple on the bottom and orange on the top triangle. I have to think on it. I like it, but it's just not quite there. Okay, so we're wrapping things up. I want to talk a little bit about something and just let everybody know, especially since it's this later shift. I am going to be playing on in a couple of weeks. I'm going to be playing starting a new game. It's a game that's going to be pretty big for my channel, and I want to kind of hit it hard. And I've got this schedule kind of outlining it. I'm not going to go through all of this in detail. I've been going over it the last couple of nights. I will say that the two big days are the 18th and the 25th. Those are the nights that I'm going to play. That is 2 weeks from... Well, today's the 5th, but so it's 2 weekends from now. All right. A lot of Satisfactory between now and then. We're going to get a lot more done next weekend, getting prepped for the next factory, lots of infrastructure, things like that. But these days, we are going to be, I'm basically going to be power leveling the MMO that I'm going to be playing. And so we are trying to get a little organized. Korthal's doing a great job trying to keep me organized. And he's got for us a sign-up sheet. And that sign-up sheet looks like this. Not that. It looks like... It looks like this. So we still got lots and lots of places to sign up. If we don't fill them all, we'll pug them. We've got the healer, me and Korthal. I'm going to be tanking. Korthal is going to be healing. Mikey's going to be healer for the first half of each day, and then Cynthia, which is Korthal's wife, is going to be playing Bard for the first half of each day. So we got to start here. If you want to look into it, if you want to play that, that's great. I'm not suggesting anybody play this. This is an alpha 2/3, and it's going to be buggy, but this is going to be something content that I have on my channel coming up. So anyway, there's an invitation for anybody that wants to join us. And I think that does it for me. We've got our thumbnail. And yeah, any other suggestions on this base? And you know what we might do is we might just kind of, work on it a little bit here and there. I don't know. This, it's almost too much here. I wonder if I wonder if we could make stripes instead. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just not sure. Not sure. Or maybe we put something... What if we did something like... Maybe if I could get it. Okay, well, that's already better. That's a lot better. Yeah, a little bit of Triforce. All right, well, let me do that to all four sides real quick before we say Auf Wiedersehen. Lead to the wrong one. Almost. That's really close to like really cool looking. We can still perhaps change the colors. but that's already better. It's a little bit less of a Triforce. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about just changing one of these to teal. Or maybe we change the trim. We need something. We need some sort of outline. Outline here, maybe outline there. It's still missing something. We're not there yet. But that is an improvement. I still don't know if I like all three different colors. Might want to stick with one color. Is there a frame corner, something like that? Is it me or is Mike not as loud as usual? I am trying to not be quite so close to the mic. I think I've been told the sound quality is a little bit better when I'm a little bit further away. That probably is making an adjustment to the sound. Martin Maskin, subscribe to Tier 1. They've been subscribed for 3 months. Thank you, man. In your opinion, what's the benefit of a train, truck, resource transportation over long conveyor belts, pipes? Feel free to keep it short in interest of time. Yeah, measuring pants, no problem. So I can answer that. I'm still thinking about this. So trucks are the worst. Okay, every other mode of transportation is better than trucks in pretty much every way. Okay, so the only reason, except for the fun factor, okay, the only way that trucks win is in the fun factor. I suppose there's an argument to be made that depending on, if you have a lot of open area, you could bust out a truck route, maybe in a very specific circumstance. But most of the time, trucks are a pain to deal with. They need roads, and they need open area, and they can be a little buggy. Except for, the fun factor. Trucks are at the bottom of the list. So it depends on your needs, okay? If you need long factory cart, if you need long distance, medium to long distance, heavy throughput, and long-term versatility, meaning like, okay, you're going from this factory or these set of factories to this new area, okay, and you don't exactly know all the things that you're going to need to transfer back and forth, but you're going to need, something. That's trains. Trains can move more throughput by far than anything else. Okay, because you can just make more trains, and they're also very versatile. If you're using a train from one station A to station B that's moving liquid water, then that's great. And then what about station C to station D that's moving caterium ore, right? So now you've got, with a train track, you're moving liquid and ore, and you can make long ass trains, and you can line those trains up. You can move an incredible amount through trains. Now, trains have a high setup time. Okay. Belt highways, less versatile, cheaper, more simple. And I would say now having said less setup time with the trains, we have the automatic attachments now, or the automatic blueprint attachments, and so that speeds trains up substantially. I think. But it also speeds up belt highways. So, you know, belt highways are simple. If you're talking about a permanent thing, like for instance, I built my belt highways out to the resources, right? Because I'm never going to go back out there. All it's got to do is move 4, belts of sulfur forever. Okay, I don't need any versatility. Belts are the right way to go. I'm not going to build a train station out there for that. And by the way, it still takes a lot more time to set up the trains because of the train stations. It takes a lot of space. It takes more planning. So all of that goes into an account when you decide to do a train. But you cannot beat its throughput and versatility. And then finally is drones, and drones take very little to no setup. They're also very, very versatile, and they can cover the longest distances in the game. The downside is the throughput is limited. So, if you need to move a, relatively smaller amount of an item, then, you can think over a long distance, you can think about using a drone. So that's kind of how I think about it, is the 3 main ways, all have their own strengths: trains, belt highways, and drones. The only one that really doesn't, in my opinion, stand up there with the rest of them is trucks, which is kind of why I want to do the trucks in this save, because it's relatively rare. So honestly, I know we're not done with this yet. No, I'm going to leave my picture. We're going to get this dialed in, and we're going to save it for the next thumbnail. I'm going to use the thumbnail for the Dimensional Depot. Trains do use power. I don't feel like it's enough to really factor into it, but trains also transport power. You got a train track on a train station on one end, a train station on the other. You can move power through. Not gonna lie, drones kind of suck. I don't think they suck at all. I've used them all the time. I needed 80 coal really quickly to this factory to be able to turn it on. The amount of infrastructure that I would have to build to do that without drones would have been substantial. With drones, I just threw up a couple drone ports and set it up, and I'm off to the races. So drones are great. They really are. And, depending on the fuel that you use, some of those fuel types, you don't even need that much fuel. And by the way, you just move the fuel around with other drones. Okay, you build 2 drone stations. You build one to move the fuel, to it, and the other does the pickup that you need. So yeah, I like drones a lot. All right, guys, let's continue to think about this. We're close on this. I'm lacking the brain power to finish this off correctly. We need either some uplighting, we need some trim, we need something. If we go purple on the triangles and we go teal on the trim, I'm willing to do that. We also probably need to do road barriers. Maybe we do yellow road barriers here. Right? We could do yellow road barriers here to get us a little bit more light, some interest. And then maybe go purple triangles and then teal trim. I'm leaning towards something like that rather than the 3 colors there. I don't know. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So let me know what your thoughts are, guys, in the Discord. I am taking, I always take Sunday nights off. I always take Monday nights off. So the next time I'm going to see you guys is Tuesday night, my time, which is often Wednesday morning, your guys' time by this time of the night. All right. So we're going to wrap this up, and then we are going to start taking care of infrastructure needs to start preparing for the northern part of the city. We also have a little task to do in that factory, which I also might take the opportunity to do at one of these next few streams. I would love to be doing design work. I don't know if we'll get there, but I would love to be doing design work on the space elevator part factory by Friday night of the end of next week. All right. So I will see you guys in a few days. We have some, Minikin has some nice videos coming up, and a long form that she worked really hard at. So, we'll see how it goes. All right. Twitch, let's find somebody to raid. And YouTube, if you guys wouldn't mind taking a second to like the video, I would greatly appreciate it. Yeah, of course, Matthew. Have a good one. I think we're gonna pop in. Oh, Storm, I'm taking off for the night, man. Poor timing. Hate to do that to you. I'm literally signing off. Yeah, you're too late. Sorry, man. I had a little bit shorter stream tonight. I've had a really, really long weekend. Lots of family stuff going on, and I'm just wore out. Usually I try to do 10 hours, and I've only managed to do 6 tonight. We're going to raid Spongelet. All right. On Twitch. Again, likes on the video. Amazing. Appreciate it. You guys gave me just a bunch just now. And I will see you guys in a couple days. And we're going to start building out the other part of the city. I really appreciate it, guys. I will see you soon.